money, man.
She's just going crazy. Why are you so cuddly, little girl? Why are you so cuddly? And there she goes. A little goblin. song.
Microphone check 1 2 1 kick it. Yeah.
She's a cutie.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. Face burning like it's lava, throwing shit together more iller than MacGyver. Yeah.
And she's gone.
Yeah. Come on. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Okay.
All right. Sorry, my shit is all fucked up. Crazy dreams. Also, how does the new plosive protection work? I guess I can use this to check on my please bring pizza pronto. Please bring pizza pronto. Boys bought pizza pronto. Boys bought pizza pronto. I don't know if it's any better or worse than the old one. I just kind of forgot that like, this is the worst, right? Because there's nothing blocking. This is the included plosive protective windscreen. This is just the generic windscreen. So you can see Magnum size, wimpy size. But less intrusive. Smaller, but please bring pizza pronto. Please bring pizza pronto. Boys brought pizza pronto. Boys bought pizza pronto. I don't know if it's any worse. This technically, you can see it's a shade. how large it is. This would technically create an issue with very mild frequency loss because extra material blocking the microphone. In theory, an entirely unobstructed capsule is ideal for rich and clean recording or whatever, right? But then you run into problems with your own natural voice and breath causing problems with the microphone. Mostly with the plosives, with the P's and the B's. Boys bought, pizza, pizza. The P's seem to be the worst, at least for my oral style. We're laughing like that. I don't know if that still shows up or not. And finally, this one. But then it's also just larger, so you're like, hello, everyone. Hello. Do you see my microphone? Oh, you don't notice it? Really? Wow. Especially because the windscreen's so much larger than even the body of the microphone. It's just very noticeable. But I was watching Mason's stream a little bit last night. I guess I woke up for a couple of hours, but I was still like only slept for like 3 or 4 hours. Then I went back to bed after like 7 or whatever it was. And Mason has a also known as One Hand Politics, has a large diaphragm condenser microphone, or I guess just a condenser. It may not be a large diaphragm specifically, but the downsides of that versus the dynamic: a lot more room sound, a lot less rejection of noise built in, but picks up more of the range, not just the bright ends or whatever. Doesn't accentuate the deep ends as much. But he just had a natural grill on it. He didn't have like a windscreen. And he was plosiving noticeably. At least to a nerd like me. An audio pervert like me. So not ideal, but there's lots of little gooseneck windscreens, or even ones that could attach to the front of the Element. Only problem is they get in the way of your face, and when you're on Twitch, you want to have at least an exposed face. Even having this blocking my shirt and shit, it is what it is. I'm a big nerd, so I love me some high quality video and audio. But for the most part, audio quality is one of the most important parts. Especially long form content and viewer retention or whatever. And I don't even know that from like a specific analyst perspective. It's just as a viewer and as a person in the television production industry, even in the weird pseudo version of the field that I was in, just one of those things. Like, are you listening to a podcast that sounds like it's recorded on a phone in a bathroom? Probably not. It's echoey and sounds like shit. Now, if it's like, you know, Kim Kardashian or whatever, the person, Taylor Swift doing it, you'll get over it because you want to hear it because of the personality. So there's always ways around it. The big There's a whole generation of streamers that have that, not to be super reductive, but the loud equals funny, or screaming is hype. Kind of like the Aiden Ross, just in a gigantic marble room full of echoes with like a Blue Yeti or some kind of like condenser microphone, just picking up all of it, and they just get over it because it's more about the group experience than it is about the quality of the audio. I don't even stream at like a higher audio bit rate or anything like that. I'm not trying to, I don't know. It's just one of those, like, technically it's a cardinal sin, but just like all rules of writing and whatever, you can get around it. It looks pretty quiet today, viewer-wise. I don't know if anybody's here. I could take this time to just do some video editing, because I need to get some video editing done. For sure. I want to have this done today. So, maybe we'll do that. I'll switch up the title. God, ZZ left so much hair everywhere. He's just a little goblin. Change that to there we go. Also, I updated my draw thing. But the button for clear is no longer on here. Like, I can... What? Why is this not drawing? Weird. The default pencil is not turned on or something. I don't know. I don't know why. Wow, look at me. It's me. Right back in the form. What a jawline. Throw the little brows on there. The nose bridge. I look so handsome. But there should be a clear button here. Oh god, it's like double blurred. There should be a clear button. Clear on scene transition. I guess because it's always on. Why is it still blurred out? Oh, because my effect is still turned on. let me do something here. So I have this multi-action thing. This OBS raw effect. So let's paste that back in here. Damn. I was hoping that would be the correct hotkey name. If I go into my history, I can find it. History. Draw. Give it to me, Nutty. I shouldn't have hit play. I was going to hit pause.
So just
Draw clear. Wait, that's what I wanted to have. Hotkey tool. Oh, is it because it's not shown? Uh-oh. Well, now it's not working either way. Draw underscore clear. Hotkey name. Draw clear. Why does it work for these? First, it wasn't working for these, but now it is working for these. Let's copy it verbatim. Just in case for some reason I fucked it up. Show it. Clear it. It's not clearing. That's annoying. Well, I can just do this. Also, why didn't this work? Oh, it does work. Just wipe it clean. Can I save this? Okay, well, better than nothing. Now, the problem is, when I'm done with this little dot's going to be stuck here. I guess what I can do is literally have it turn on and off. So now it'll be right over my face, but when I hit it, it's going to hide it. That works for me. Don't know why this isn't working. I think the new update fucked it. Oops. Maybe I'll fix it soon. I've only liked 739 videos my entire history. It's crazy. I'm kind of curious to see what the oldest shit I've liked. It's probably going to be insane. Wait, what? Oh. Does it say when I liked it? Oh, wow. It even has shorts. Jesus. This is the SM7B out of 3D printing supplies before I had a 3D printer. Crazy. Hey, look, the visibility of the viewing has fallen apart. This is when I was Bench Bud versus Husky. I didn't know Bench Bud was a thing. I must have known it. Obviously, got to watch the video on it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fixing my AC. 3D or VR shit. That's crazy. Oh yeah, learning about Steadicam shit. This is when I was oh wow, Gus Johnson stuff. I mean, we're not even those cheap capture cards. Big Top Burger was that long ago, man. That's crazy. Sorry I'm so low energy. I guess it's hard when there's no chat. Were you bothering mom? Was that what you were doing in there? Flowbots responds to Logan Paul, no handlebars. I forgot about that. Yo, this is when I was watching. Oh my god, a literal bat in the past. This is like the Beagle Rush XCOM era. 8 years ago, man. That was a while back, wasn't it? That was all I liked on. Oh my god. The first video I liked ever on YouTube. Wait, 739 video, 717. Well, the oldest video you can see is a Louis C.K. video from 18 years ago. And then my friend's parkour video. 18 years ago feels insane. That's insane. That's crazy. What's Big Tug got? He's got a new subscription button. Dark Reality of Seinfeld? Very interesting. That's fucked, bro. Just eating a big ass roach like that? Oh my god. I couldn't. That's one thing I couldn't do, for sure. Oh my god, he's a huge rat. Interesting that the first one did much better than the other one. I'm very low energy, which is probably why I should just do my video editing thing. Oh, nice crack. Is that about podcasts being crazy? About prisons? Oops. Okay. What did I do with my music? Did I close it out? Weird. I watched a little of the Kai Cenat Mafia thing. I was like, whoa, that's a lot of people watching. And they played a couple rounds of Mafia. One of the guys got mad and like threw his mic on the ground, and I was like, "Whoa, dude, don't like take it out in the equipment, dude. That's kind of fucked up, man." Like I get it, they're all just playing and doing content, but I don't know, senseless destruction of property, and not like, oh no, a riot happened or whatever, but like I'm doing this for the bit. I'm gonna break a PS2 or something. I'm gonna melt a Wii in the microwave for the views, for the rage bait. Or I'm so mad about this game, I'm going to rip my microphone, hold it in my hand, and slam it onto the floor, swinging it by its cable. And it's just like, that's just they're children. So I guess that's what you expect. But I'm just like, come on, man. It's disrespectful. It ain't cool. I am mentally floating right now. This is weird. I don't know why. title's all fucked. Here, let me start off slow. I immediately mute this thing and stop watching. It's funny. Let me just throw this in here. I'm very low energy right now. Let me just take my meds. Meds are good.
Okay. Welcome back to gaming. I gotta talk about something, okay? This one's for the artists in the chat, and I don't mean that in a positive way, by the way. This is for the artists in the chat, and when you're done watching, you're gonna be a worse person, because this shit, it's so maddening. This isn't an artist-specific problem, mind you. If you've been in any creative field ever, you have experienced some version of this. It's the same with music production, with, hell, fucking video game performance. I don't know, you fucking name it. You'll see what I mean in a moment, okay? So picture this, right? I'm sure anyone who's ever had more than one display, or, you know, looked at something on their phone and then looked at their computer before, like you've been in this scenario. Here's one of the most common ways that you'll run into this. You're drawing some shit and you're using color in the drawing on your computer. Yes? Okay. So, you're drawing, you pick some shades of colors, then you export it, you're done, you like how it looks, and then you look at it on a different monitor, or a display, or your phone, or a TV, or a different computer. It doesn't matter. You look at it on something else, and it looks very different. And this is distressing because who do you trust? Do you trust the thing you made it on? Or
Does he not know about calibrating monitors?
Do you trust the thing you're seeing it on? Like, again, this is not an artist-specific problem. Imagine making a song, right? And if you don't have a professional setup, you're just using, you know, whatever headphones you got, then whenever you listen to it in your car, for instance, it's gonna sound completely fucking different. Because your car sounds nothing like your headphones at home, especially if you ain't using anything professional. But how are you to know that? Who's to tell you that? If you're self-taught, you ain't gonna know. And so you're just left in this evil limbo of like, okay, do I trust the thing that I made it on? Or do I trust what I'm hearing it on right now? Which of these two devices speaks true? That's the question that you're gonna ask at first. That's not the real question. The real question is, can I trust either of them? The answer, by the way, is no. No, you fucking can't. You can't trust anything unless, okay, so the reason that it all looks different and it's fucked up is because neither of the displays in this hypothetical, your phone or your computer that you made the art on, neither of those have been calibrated. How do you calibrate something? Great question. There are a number of ways, but the cheapest and most affordable would be to buy an entry-level colorimeter. These cost, just $100 at the minimum, so no big deal. And you thought you can just buy the thing and it would fix your problems? See, that's what I thought too. That's funny, right? We are scratching the surface now of this rabbit hole. Because what we're trying to do here, what we're trying to do is just have a reference, have a singular display that we can look at and say, okay, this is ground truth. We know that when we look at the colors on this display, they will be accurate to anything else out there. You know, that this is a ground truth, that if all other things are distorted, we know at least that this thing is not. And fundamentally, that is a reductive question to ask, I have learned, because there is no single truth. Which truth do you seek? Are you aiming for computers? Are you aiming for TVs, theaters, printing, phones, gaming, SDR, HDR? What color?
Sure. And you would normally go with the like Rec 709 color gamut, and your monitors are probably rated for different. I forget the total spectrums, and there's a few different like Adobe RGB or whatever, and sRGB. I forget the.
Space. Oh, you don't. Hold on. You don't know about sRGB. You don't know about CMYK. You don't know about Adobe.
CMYK is for
RGB?
printing.
Yes, Adobe does have their own proprietary fucking language for color. You gotta know about all of this if you want your colors to be reliable. And if you don't know, then you know, God help you. But okay, let's say you know what target standard you're aiming for and you know what color space that you need. Okay, well, now, how do you actually do that? Well, you gotta plug in your colorimeter. Oh, well, you can't just, okay, so you gotta get software for the colorimeter, okay. But there's multiple kinds of software, and the ones that the pros use is $7 billion, and also they're using tools that will cost you €1 billion, and you don't know how any of that works. Okay, in order to just get up and running, the next thing that you have to know is that you can't just get the software and run it. No, you have to know about ICC profiles and 3D lookup tables.
Like LUTs?
And how they're different, and how they work, and how they actually work, and how they actually fucking work. And if you don't know how they work, then when something inevitably goes wrong or does not behave the way you expected when you ran the program and used the hardware, you're not gonna have. It's been like more than 5 years since I first jumped down the rabbit hole, bought a colorimeter, ran it, and thought that my displays were unified. Until I put two of them together and I saw that they were very visibly not unified. My Wacom tablet next to my gaming monitor, very different looking. I ran the thing on both of them. How does this happen?
Well, each monitor has its own percentage of the display of color.
Answer, of course, is that nothing works how you'd expect, and everything is complicated. Nothing is simple, and if you really want things to work, you have to spend $1 million.
Yeah.
If you don't want to run into the inevitable issues that will come up when dealing with.
But that's the neurotic side, because ultimately, it's fine. It doesn't matter.
With software calibration, then the next step up is to just get a monitor that can save that information directly into its memory. That's what I've just done. That's why I'm ranting about it right now. It's because I'm like $700 in the hole, and I feel fucking crazy, and if I don't tell you about it, I'm going to actually go postal. And this isn't even where it ends. No, 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 no. The real pros, they don't bother with any of this shit. They have LUT boxes, things that are dedicated to processing the output from a computer, and they've got like way more complexities to worry about, not to mention tools that don't have anywhere near as much of a focus on plug and play. They gotta have specialists. A lot of times in like the pro scene, there are people whose job is to just go to an editing house or whatever and just use the tool to calibrate the thing and then leave. Their whole job.
Yeah, well, like a big part of the enterprise side of things, I learned that, like, I love prosumer gear, DJI microphone things, wireless transmitters, receivers, equipment. And there's a big reason why I love prosumer gear is because it works. It has realistic firmware updates. There's a whole genre. Like, we had KVM systems, which is like multiple computers. So like if I'm on this computer here, but I wanted to go into my wife's computer, I could like Shift O and open up a menu and then route my displays to then see the video from her computer. And in order to get that set up on the enterprise level, they expect you to either pay one of their engineers or to have incredibly in-depth knowledge about how this thing works. Like, for example, that KVM system doesn't have any firmware for mice. You have to hand install INI files for specific mice. So we were like, okay, you can only use a Dell mouse, USB mouse some bullshit OME Dell mouse on these things. Otherwise, it just might not work after a while. You'd be using it, and then it just stops recognizing the inputs that you're putting in or something. And I'm like, every other device naturally handshakes with Windows because it's supposed to be plug and play and consumer usable. And then these professional devices are meant to be like, they don't spend any time or any money on developing the thing to be friendly to the user because they have to buy it. And you want them to have the subscription to your service center, to your service technicians. You want to have them pay to have a guy sent out, and they have the money to pay for it. They don't give a fuck. They go, oh, it's only in like $10,000 a year. Not a big deal. So they make money off of it being bad instead of spending money on making it good, which is why I'm kind of, as a burgeoning entry-level engineer at my job, I'm like, oh, because also those pieces of equipment don't do anything they do some stuff that's very good, but like you can make it work with consumer fucking grade things, in my opinion. I feel like I could have run the amount of live streams that we had off of 3 gaming computers and not had all the bullshit that they had. The video switching system that they used, again, I could have had a fucking Stream Deck, a couple of the Stream Decks put together, and then bam, that's better than any switcher that you have. And it would cost a fucking decimalized fraction of the cost of what they spend on those things. That's the annoyance. I mean, I've seen on B&H. All the time on sale. Well, there's not one today, but they sell those color checkers all the time. Not today, though.
It's just going places, making sure the monitor does what it's supposed to do, and then that's it. That's it. So back to the start. Artists, if you're wondering why your drawings look a little different on your phone as opposed to your computer, the answer is because we live in hell, and the only way out is by spending hundreds of dollars and dozens of hours of your time. Like and subscribe for more, no, before that, actually. Cut that part, real. The thing that really gets me, though, about that, the thing that really, really fucks me up is that if I had to go through all of this, if I had to do so much research just to, like, kinda, sorta, maybe understand on a surface level how some of this works enough to rant to you about it incoherently, imagine how many people don't know. People who make things that we like. People who just have to grin and bear, not understanding why when they make a thing, it just is different on different shit. How many pieces of artwork have you...
I feel like the moment someone buys a monitor and then later on they buy a new monitor, they go, oh, wait, screens are different, right? Like if they've ever had something and then bought a new thing and gone, oh, like you get one phone and then you have your new phone, and if you ever boot up your old phone, you're like, I'm gonna puke because this is so gross to look at. The refresh rate, the pixel density, I'm like, oh God, get it away from me. Like, it's hard to look over my wife's MacBooks and seeing the monitors that those things have, because I'm like, oh my God, that display is fucking beautiful. The Retina display, even if it's only on a fucking, 13-inch screen or whatever, I'm like, ooh, that is nice. It's just, it's only on a 13-inch display. Oh, do you want to buy a Mac display? It'll cost you $4,000. And it's like, oh, no, I don't want that. Thank you.
you seen? How many songs have you heard? How many games have you played that just behaved, looked?
Also, your customer is going to look at it on a phone, and you're going to listen to it on phone speakers. They're playing the YouTube through the dog shit headphones that came with their fucking, knockoff track phone. Samsung Galaxy ass. So the deep importance of that is minimized. You want to make sure it's as good quality as you can get it, but also as a fellow neurotic individual, it doesn't matter as much as you think it does. Because if you look at all the slop out there, fuckers are filming on their front-facing phones, like me, on a camera that was however many years old. No microphone in sight. Just hitting off of the goddamn call microphone, and they can make shit viral or whatever. It's a barrier that perfectionists put in front of themselves. So it's a good lesson for me to bark this knowledge as if they don't know it to them, as a way of more or less saying it to myself.
Sounded different because the person who made it had no way of knowing how it would be on your system, and they had no way of accounting for it. Like and subscribe for more dread.
It's a cute mini channel thing. Wait for him to discover the degradation of liquid crystals, which is why you have calibration devices that you then calibrate on a schedule. As your display starts losing functionality, you run it again to make sure that it is not drifting. This is why Pantone exists and charges so much for what it essentially is a yearly magazine of color swatches. They have, like, they'll sell you color swatches and say, oh, did you realize that the ink is losing its vibrancy over time? Exposure to light will diminish it. You bought these plastic chips with our colors ground up in them to give you an idea of what a physical, like, oh, dude, you want Pantone, salmon pussy? That's what this color is. So if you wanted to have a plush doll with a plastic nose of this color, you need to make sure it's the exact Pantone one. And you have to work with a manufacturer that works with Pantones. But if your color swatch the chip of plastic that has this salmon pussy color on it, and then it gets old, that color will fade. And then when you order something with salmon pussy, you go, wait, why is this different? And the bottom of the swatch will have an expiration date. And you go, oh, fuck. Now, how much does it actually change when it's expired? I don't think it's that much. But companies, big companies, will pay for an exorbitant subscription fee to have those updated yearly for their department. Because money doesn't matter to them. They make millions and millions of dollars. It's all sunk costs. It goes into their labor and then goes into their costs so they can then write off on their taxes and shit. Just like other parts of government things, especially municipalities and stuff, where they go, well, our budget is XYZ, and if we ever go under budget, they'll just cut our budget. So we got to always spend it. And then those companies cannibalize each other to spend their own budgets that they don't want to lose until they realize they've lost too much and they all get laid off. It's It's all made up. It's all fake jobs. It's all fake shit. Ugh. Let me go grab some stuff. Let me play some music real quick. What do you got for me, man? I might as well just give this dude some. Make sure they're inside of the React folder.
When the locusts flying on the winds of the past, don't the mighty come down? Don't the first become last? Don't they blot out the sky? Don't it happen real fast? When the locusts flying on the winds of the past. Don't the kings run and hide? Don't the queens follow suit? Don't the joker change chords? Don't the joker change tunes? When the locusts fly in, and they come in real soon. Don't the kings run and hide? Don't the queens follow suit? Nothing's gonna change me. Nothing's gonna change me. Nothing's gonna bring me down. When the locusts fly in, bring on the wind right now.
Usually this stuff is like political. Maybe I just didn't understand it. I like this one a lot.
Well, if you're looking for purpose in the current circus, if you're seeking respect and attention, if you're in need of a gig that'll help you feel big, come with me and put some folks in detention. Just last week was kind of rough. I put a kid in cuffs and zip-tied a woman to a van. We can sneak around town hunting working folks down. I hear they get a great benefit plan. Join ICE, boy, ain't it nice? Join ICE, take my advice. If you're lacking control and authority, come with me and hunt down minorities. Join ICE. Well, I failed the academy, the cops weren't having me, the army didn't sound that fun, so I found me a paramilitary operation that was keen to hand me a gun. See, I got picked on in school, I never felt that cool, there's a hole in my soul that just rages. All the women turned me down, they told me I was a clown. Well, won't you look at me now, I'm putting folks in cages. At ICE, they got great hours. Join ICE for respect and power. They got a sign-on bonus of 50 grand. They're in need of you needing to feel like a man. Join ICE. Join ICE.
Stuff like that. The people that join ICE will sing this song, not understanding it's criticizing them because they're that dense. It's pretty rough. Ooh. This is interesting. I love just sniping something like, ooh, got it. Hey, that's me. I'm not editing a video right now. Wow, he was on Joe Rogan. Fuck it.
Oh my God, the Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein personal pube woman thing
I'm
came
almost ready
out
to
that
edit, so.
he wrote to Jeffrey Epstein. Oh my Lord, are you joking? He definitely did that, bro. He doodled it. Oh, he doodled it.
Drawing is not his language, okay? What do you mean? Duh. Very obviously.
Bro, he's a diddler and a doodler. Oh, he was diddling and doodling. What is this? What is this, bro? What are we doing? Oversight Dems posted. Here it is. We got Trump's birthday note that Jeffrey Epstein, that the president said doesn't exist. Trump talks about a wonderful secret the two of them shared. What is he hiding? Release the list. Oh my God. This is the body. This is the body note that Donald Trump wrote and doodled on for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday.
It's
We
a
finally
body
got
note.
it. It's finally out. I love it, dude. That's so stupid. Oh God, it's so perfect. Check the line. Enigmas never age. Yeah, you don't remember that one? Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. And
It's so insane to specifically write out like a play drama with your friend and having a back and forth with your friend in a made up drama. So I don't think this conversation actually happened. It's just a badly written conversation. Nor will I, since I also know what it is. We have certain things in common. Yes, we do. Come to think of it. As a matter of fact, it was clear to me. It was just so like, okay, this is not how people talk. This is how an idiot thinks people talk.
every day be another wonderful secret. Donald J. Trump. Auto pen could never. Yeah, the auto pen could never match a signature. He is so good. He is so good at making signatures. He's the best. He's the best at signing. Kind of funny, with every new lie he tells, there is a new leak. Yeah, it's awesome. Donald Trump is about to come out and be like, listen, very clearly I didn't doodle it. The boobs. Look at the boobs. I love big boobs. I'm a fan of big boobs, big breastises. I would never draw boobs so small. Believe me, folks. And also, that's not even my full signature. It's my half. It's the half. I only wrote Donald. I never write only Donald. I would write Donald J. Trump, as you know. Believe it. That's gonna be his. That's gonna be his defense. Caroline Leavitt had some choice words for this. Said the latest piece published by the Wall Street Journal proves this entire birthday card story is false. As I've said all along, it's very clear President Trump did not draw this picture and he did not sign it. President Trump's legal team will continue to aggressively pursue litigation. Furthermore, the reporter Joe Palazzolo, who wrote this hatchet job, reached out for comment at the exact same minute he published his story, giving us no time to respond. This is fake news to perpetuate the Democrat Epstein hoax. Two authenticated letters from the real Donald Trump that sold at two separate auctions from Andrew Feinberg, White House correspondent for The Independent. Compare them with the signature on Epstein's birthday letter. Uh-oh. This guy claims, yeah, the D is completely separate and does not... Come on, man. Come on. These guys, oh my God.
They could never match my signature because it sucks. Hmm? Hmm? What the fuck did it? Oh, what is happening? That's crazy. Yeah. They got to fix that draw thing.
These guys are on cope mode, dude. They are so, oh, Jesus Christ. They're out of control with the copium. They're like, Donald Trump did not write that. I promise. I'm just wondering when they take the extra leap. I'm wondering when they take the extra leap, the leap of faith, and just firmly commit to the notion that pedophilia is ultimately a good thing if Trump is doing it. Because we're going to get there at a certain point. We're going to get there. I joke about this stuff and it ends up happening. I'm not even joking no more. I'm telling you right now, man. They already are testing the waters with a white hat pedophile shit. What was it? Tim Pool knew Meta is that Trump was an informant and can't release the files because it would blow his cover. Please send me that link. I need to see it. Does the below signature from the Wall Street Journal look like this actual signature from the president? I don't think so. Fake. Epstein card. Letter to 1995, letter to Lillian Volk. 1999, letter to Larry King. Why is it so hard for them to believe that Donald Trump, who was literal best friends with Jeffrey Epstein at the time, would send him this strange letter and sign it? Like, there are a million photos of them side by side. Are we joking? Like, what are these guys denying here? It doesn't make any sense. To deny this is to deny the reality that you can see with your eyes. Like, the actual thing that you should be saying is, oh, it's embarrassing, but he didn't know he was a pedophile. And he stopped hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein after he found out. He sussed out the bad vibes and he didn't hang out with them, unlike Bill Clinton, you stupid libtard, Like, that's what you're supposed to say. The counter, if we lived in like a normal universe where political discourse wasn't just like, nah, I don't believe you. I don't believe my lying eyes either. I clawed them out with my thumbs, libtard, so I don't see these photos no more. Like, that narrative, the proper narrative, the proper counter messaging campaign is supposed to be Donald Trump knew Epstein was bad vibes. He stopped hanging out with him. And yet all these famous Democrats actually hung out with him after he was outed as a pedophile, right? That's what you're supposed to say if you're like even remotely competent as a Republican messenger. The problem is you don't even need to be remotely competent anymore. You can just say, nope, don't believe you. It's fake news. And that's it. Like, there are a million photos of Donald Trump. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were filmed together almost as much as crack and Hunter Biden were filmed together. Adam says, weirdly underrated how incriminating this is. Literally no plausible innocent explanation. What was the secret enigma they cryptically referred to over the picture of a naked woman? Interior decorating tips? Perhaps a pound cake recipe. Maybe they had a laugh playing Dungeons and Dragons and it was so funny it couldn't be put in letter form. Many possibilities. Yeah, the secret enigma that they cryptically refer to is diddling children. Not only doodling, but also diddling. Okay? But there's also additional parts of the Wall Street Journal article that are even more damning. There's a photo of Jeffrey Epstein with a giant novelty check implying Trump sold him a woman for $22,500. The Epstein estate also turned over another letter from the book that references Trump. It came from a businessman and longtime Mar-a-Lago member Joel Pascoe, who made a crude joke about a woman that Trump and Epstein socialized with in the 1990s, according to people familiar with the matter. The Pascoe letter included a photo of a poster board size check for $22,500, which had been mocked up to appear that it was sent from Trump to Epstein. Beneath it, a handwritten caption said, Jeffrey showing early talents with money plus women sells fully depreciated, redacted, to Donald Trump for $22,500. The woman's name is redacted in the image. Jeffrey showing early talents with money plus women sells fully depreciated, bleep name, to Donald Trump for $22,500. Showed early people skills too. What is this? Even though I handed the deal, I didn't get any of the money on the gain or game on the goal. What is this? The girl? Oh, any money on the girl? Oh, even though I handled the deal, I didn't get any of the money or the girl. Yeah, I doubt this is actually proof that Epstein sold Trump a woman, but at the very least, it shows that they at least knew what Epstein was doing and thought it was funny. So obviously, this doesn't look too good for Donald Trump. Now, not only does this not look too good for Donald
chilly
Trump,
in here.
but one of the other idiotic counter narratives that was launched came from House Speaker Mike Johnson. I covered it immediately as soon as it came out. House Speaker Mike Johnson, representative Republican from Louisiana, came out with a hot statement that we had not heard before. One that I had joked about for years and years at this point, that Donald Trump was a white hat pedophile. Now, it turns out that is unironically how these dipshits thought they could get away from this conversation. Mike Johnson said, well, Donald Trump was an FBI informant trying to take down Jeffrey Epstein. Here he is responding to CNN when asked. CNN's Manu Raju.
What do you mean by that? All right. What I was referring to in that long conversation was what the victim's attorney said. More than a decade ago, President Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, and he was one of the only people, one of the only prominent people, as everyone has reported, not President Trump, but everybody about him, that he was willing to help law enforcement go after this guy who was a disgusting child abuser, sex trafficker, all the allegations. That's what they heard. So the president was helpful in that. I don't know if I use the right terminology, but that's common knowledge, and everybody knows that. So this is much ado about...
Everybody knows the opposite, actually.
Specifically about his
No, I was recounting what others have said.
He came out and said it was because they poached. Yeah, when I said poached, I could hear the plosive come through. Poach. Yeah. I feel like I wouldn't hear that with the other wind muff on. Let's just try for today. Now I'm the one being overly corrective with my production elements. Poached. Anyway, he was mad that they took the help from his resort, Mar-a-Lago. He saw it happen once, told him not to do it again, and then apparently he did it again. And these are people who were famous victims who have come out about the mistreatment with Epstein. But he wasn't mad about that. It wasn't even that, like, I knew this person, they worked for me, and then you mistreated them. How could you? You're never allowed here again. It was, how dare you poach my employees? I work hard to train my employees to get them to appreciate or to put up with the bullshit that I have here. How dare you? And it's like, that's the reason?
The president and I have talked about the Epstein evils many times. He's as disgusted by it as everybody else. He has long had a history of acknowledging
We've
that,
discussed
and
it
he has
many
said
times.
repeatedly-
We've gone over all the
Dog,
gory
you said he
details.
was an FBI informant. The f do you mean? And you can't just like common knowledge your way out of this. It's clearly not common knowledge. What do you mean it's common knowledge that he was an FBI informant? You see, Your Honor, my guy Donald Trump wasn't just raping kids for the love of the game. He was doing it for the state. He was doing it for a better, for mankind. He hated diddling kids. He just did it for you and me. That's insane, dude. So he walked it back.
you for
But
your
you know who's
service.
galloping in that direction? Tim Pool.
It's
I feel
detestable to him. He and I
very
have
full. I'm
spoken
gonna
about
put this up.
Now, there's a
Rinse this
couple
out.
theories on this. One is that Mike Johnson let slip this statement to try and protect Trump's reputation. There's also that, you know, basically like, oh, did you know he was an FBI informant? Stopping it? That's why. Or I think there's a strong possibility here. I don't know for sure. I'm not saying I trust Trump on any of this stuff. Elon says he's in the files, whatever. Let's get the files and figure it out. But let's at least entertain. Did Speaker Mike Johnson maybe accidentally just slip up that Trump was an FBI informant? And the reason why Trump doesn't want the documents released is that they're going to show that Trump was snitching on powerful people.
Bro, this is awesome, dude. These guys are so stupid. That's so awesome. Yeah, man. That's why. No, you got it. Yeah, Trump really would hate to look like a hero. He would hate to look like a hero in this Epstein story for sure. Yeah, definitely. He would hate to take credit for Jeffrey Epstein's downfall.
But if the documents show that Trump was working with law enforcement to stop this, that's not damaging to Trump's reputation among his voters. It's damaging to Trump's reputation among powerful elites he needs to do deals with.
Oh, that's right, brother. Why didn't I think of this, man? This is incredible. 236,000 views, by the way. People are so desperate for that copium that Tim Pool is even doing better numbers than he did before for this one.
So the Democrats might be thinking, it's going to help Trump. If we leak files showing that Trump stopped Epstein.
The skateboard with uncancelable and the Iron Cross, but no trucks on it.
People are going to cheer for him.
Right.
Trump may be saying, if they find out that I ratted on Bill Gates and Bill Clinton and I was the one actually spying on him or wore a wire or did who knows what, these people aren't going to want to do deals with his business. If Trump was snitching on
So
these other pedophiles aren't going to want to hang out with me. Damn. Even if that's the idea, why the fuck do you really need to do deals with these motherfuckers? And by deals, it's like just business shit. It's like, you're already rich, motherfucker. Why the fuck do you need to do business if you're supposed to be the QAnon, wait for the storm, shutting it all down? Why the fuck do you need to do business with these demons? Right? And him being like, well, I do think that they're the worst things since Satan was invented, but they won't do deals with me. And what would I do without my deals? That's not a very compelling argument.
in this universe, Bill Gates has diddled children with Jeffrey Epstein, and Donald Trump knew about it, and Donald Trump is worried that he can't continue doing business with
Yeah.
a pedophile? Is that the argument you're presenting right now? That Donald Trump ratted on Jeffrey Epstein for pedophilia, but then also that all these other pedophiles won't be able to keep doing business with Trump if they find out that Trump was the rat? What are you saying? Why the fuck would Donald Trump, if he's so expressly anti-pedophilia, why would he want to continue doing deals with Bill Gates? Also, all of these elites are still working with the White House currently, including Bill Gates. So what the fuck does that mean? That Trump knows that these guys have diddled children but is still working with them? None of this makes sense. This does not make logical sense. Who the fuck watches this guy, man? Apparently nobody, except for this video. This video hit. It is the highest amount of views that Tim Pool has gotten in the last couple of months. And I guess now they've moved on about the actual details that keep coming out about Trump's involvement, and instead going, oh, the Democrats don't even care about Epstein. They don't even care about his victims. That's why they were silent about it for years. The only thing they care about is concocting another fake scandal like Russiagate to smear President Trump with their lies. No one's falling for their BS. I don't know, man. Kind of feels like you could say that under different circumstances. You could prove that that is the case by releasing the Epstein files. Do you see what I mean? Because if you were interested in releasing the Epstein files, then you could just present to the Democrats the Epstein files and say, you see, this is what they didn't want you to see when they were leading the country, when they were the administration in charge. They didn't want you to see it, but we promised transparency as the Republicans, and therefore you're gonna get it. You feel me? But they're not doing that. They're the ones who are actually holding out. That is the only reason why people have this kind of anger and resentment towards the administration, even those who are in the base of support. Hannah Gase jokingly says, Trump didn't know about Epstein, or he did, but he didn't know about his proclivities. Well, maybe he did, but he didn't share them. Actually, on second thought, everything Trump did was to catch Epstein for the feds. There is no birthday card. He didn't write that card. Trump couldn't write. He doesn't know how to doodle. He's not a diddler, but even if he is a diddler, he was diddling for good, and he was doodling for good as well, for a greater good. Yeah, they're going with this is a fake signature. Yeah, man, he changed his signature. At the time, this is how he used to sign things.
Yeah,
That much
shit
is clear.
evolves.
In the early 90s, up until the 2000s, this was Donald Trump's signature. There are a million things that he has signed. People have actually shown that that is literally what his signature looked like back then. As a matter of fact, he signed so many public documents exactly like that, that if his signature was the current signature that he has, then it would be more of a sign that it might have been a fake document. So here we are. I've shown you this already, but it's, it bears repeating. There it is. A bunch of Trump allies are claiming that the Epstein birthday letter contains a signature that doesn't match Trump's. But there are a bunch of Donald signatures from the same era that look very much like the one in the Epstein letter. The first image is from the Epstein letter. This one is to Rudy Giuliani. This is another letter to Lillian Jane Volk. This one is a letter written to the Mr. and Mrs. Larry King. Kind of feels like was his signature at the time. The auto pen was signing all of these for me. But I don't know. I feel like this stuff is supposed to make bigger waves, but I just don't see these dipshits responding at all anymore. I don't know.
Interesting. What? Silly. Okay. I'm up. I am alert. Miscellaneous folder. Incorrect. My game inputs folder. Turn the scene off. It brings down the chat. And it should also bring it down on this one as well. Beautiful. Beautiful. I need to move my chat window back to the side. My DaVinci Resolve should be booting, but it doesn't appear to be booting instantaneously. I'll have to take a quick little mini investigation into that. Surely fine. I just didn't click it, maybe. There it is. I got my 3229071 folder or project where I keep all of my set of Marxism stuff. The idea would be that one project has all the different timelines and shit, but I messed up at the beginning and I didn't properly import all of my things. So some of the stuff got kind of stuck on the overall folder, but each individual video I work on now gets put into little subfolder. Right now it's just the VOD and then the timeline. This is stuff I should just delete, but I wasn't sure exactly what's coming on in it. Let me bring this down just a touch.
If I said that I didn't also feel, hesitant. We've seen a lot of retaliation recently, and it's a scary thing. As a business, we don't want to do anything to put a target on our back, but thinking about
look at those nails.
human level.
There's crazy nails. Yeah, so I can just get rid of that. So the goal is to make the video about 30 minutes long-ish. I'm going to put a 35-minute marker here. We're going to make a red marker. And just, oh, I already did it. So I'm going to say 35 min mark. And just put this down to like 0000. Anyway. 136.0000. That's 36. I want 135.000. Now I'll put a marker and say 35 min marker. Oh, ZZ girl. Okay, I better feed them now so I don't have to worry about feeding them. Let me just put up a song real fast. I haven't heard this song yet, and it seems short enough. Do you need to have the caption?
What'd you say? It's fucking damage on me! Whoa! Listen. Yeah, okay. The hottest bitch up in my city, no debate about it. Go tell that Karen stop staring, take a picture. Matter of fact, this ain't shit, go hit my Insta. Matter of fact, I'm that bitch, so quit your bitching. Here's a fact, sit and listen. I am a light in the life for others, a sight for sore eyes, not to be trifled to fuck with. I am not ducking and covering, I am not tucking in public. I want you to know where my nuts is. I share an empty wallet, looks a lot where I keep my fucks in. Everywhere I go, they go, they go. Hold on, man. What'd you say? Everywhere I go, they do it. Everywhere I go, they do it. Hold on, man. What'd you say? Hey, hey, now ain't no titties on my chest. If gender's what's between your pants. Now if you with it, grab a pistol, pop a bigot in his little dick. I'm about to pop up on the opposition. Where we at? Everywhere I go, they go, they go. Hold on, man. What'd you say? Everywhere I go, they do it. Okay, catch it rolling down magazine. A little skirt, big dick with a purse full of weed. There's some weirdos with me, some queer hoes with me, and these hecklers just reflecting in the thoughts about themselves. They just some mirror hoes. Okay, I'm feeling like getting my bill of air, killing little bigots out Paris. As soon as I'm finished with killing Americans, I promise my mama that I'ma get closer to God. As soon as the comic go learn me to stop, as soon as the devil stop helping me out, as soon as he Baptist stop calling me faggot, as soon as these assholes stop preaching the shit they don't practice. Even a heathen can see you an ass backwards advocate. Better back up or I smack this shit out of you. Bitch, you lucky I'm puffing, I'm weeding, I'm done with the Adderall. You lucky I don't even need to prove anything, so I be doing my thing and they be doing the double take. Double take. I just be walking and walking, and motherfuckers wanna run away. Bitch, I ain't making to give you the run around. How about the runaway? Just one note. If you got something that you wanna say that shit right to my fucking face. I leaves the whole world blind, but these bigots don't see our vision, so they need to be beaten to submission. My existence is not up for debate, so if you trans, grab a hammer, shoot them right in the face. It's damage, bitch.
Perfect timing. Oh, hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm not very good at listening to music. It's a trans creator. It's about double take, so I'm assuming it's about people trying to, I don't know, trying to clock or something. Just a complete guess from just basic context clues. Thanks for coming in. I'm was a little low energy when I started. I woke up late, had a bunch of weird dreams, but you know, took my meds and got a little grub in. Started out a little slow, but I definitely need to, because Brett was hoping to have this video ready by Wednesday, and it's Tuesday morning, so I want to make sure I can like get through the majority of the edit. The problem I'm running into, of course, the zoom in is very sensitive. I've chopped up and caught a bunch of dead air out of this whole section here, all the way up to here, which is about half. Yeah. I mean, I guess, yeah. Internal strife in a trans community could be one thing, but yeah. I've chopped up and cut out a bunch of dead air on this half of the video, but then this remaining half is uncut. But my goal is, and this is 5 minutes extra. The hope was to make the video 20 to 30 minutes, but like this is the 35-minute mark right here. And I mean, I can cut out some dead air, but it seems like it's pretty tight. So I'm curious. I might have to end up chopping out more of the redundant parts and some other elements. So basically, it's a rapid response training PowerPoint that he's had, that he's made with help from other people, or he's helped make it with some other people. And it's sort of like a little dry run for him, sort of doing a rapid response know your rights style, like a little meeting for the community, and then other people can also use some, or you make something similar or use the same elements and do it in a similar way in their own communities. So it makes sense that he wants to have this be a video. That way it can kind of be a training that can go out all over the place. But the goal is to keep it bite-sized enough. Especially when it's not my stuff. Like if it's my script or it's my banter, right? It's easier to go, that sucks, I'll cut it. But when it's someone else's thing, I don't want to be like, that sucks. And they go, wait, no, that was good. Wait, that's really important. I go, I'm sorry, you know. I can send him my rough version and say, what do you think? And I could even upload text on top of it that says, like, maybe cut this section or something. I'm not sure how much he's really going to watch a 40-minute thing or something. He might have time, he might not. He might scan through it. I could also output a transcript and then highlight sections and say, do you think this section's worth having in or not? And he might remember the time doing it. For the most part, there was a couple of sections I cut out that seemed unnecessary. But for the most part, I'm just chopping down the dead space between words. I'm cutting out the ums and likes and just most of the unnecessary things that are easily unnecessary. And you'll save some time doing that, but you won't save 10 minutes, 20 minutes of time doing that. Yeah, yeah. But he's been very good to work with in the sense of, like, he's like, I trust you, whatever you think is best. He hasn't been so precious with his his editorial input. At times I'm like, it almost hurts me when you don't give me enough of a direction, because for 15 years or so I was used to just executing a command. That was the job I had. Even on the video editing side, I would do some video editing stuff for the part of my job, and there was always a clear-cut goal, and then it was my job to just execute it. So sometimes I do better with exact things. Yeah. I'm a pulley. I'm a lever. Like right here, he's playing a few different videos of examples. Examples are good, but maybe only one example is necessary. Or maybe I chop down the videos into just the real highlighted bits, right? A few different ways. Like the decision paralysis kicks in, and I just gotta, like, I find myself at times going, fuck it, just cut this out and don't think about it. Because I'll do this other thing where we gotta zoom out so I can scroll over. Like, I'll have this entire section here all grayed out and save it, because I'm like, well, maybe I shouldn't delete this section, this big long piece. This was put into the video right here, and it pushed the whole video out that much further. So I disabled it and moved it up and kind of like saved it just in case I wanted to put it back in. But am I ever going to actually re-enable and look at this part? Probably not. I could probably just delete it. But so I stopped doing that. Like I did it for this section over here for a little bit, and I did it for this section here. But there was other ones that I just chopped out entirely. So I'm getting better at it. Also, I started doing little chapter markers for, like, I guess where the YouTube video would have those little chapter markers. I'm not sure what to refer to those as, but some of them I guess might be need to get combined together, because there's a couple of them that are just a little too close together, I guess. But it's a rough idea. And then if this is going to get shorter, then they're going to get even tighter together. So now I know that if I use the export method inside of Resolve and actually have it go to YouTube, because you can actually have it send straight to YouTube, there is a thing where maybe it just does it automatically, where it uses your markers as long as the first one is intro 00 or something. It knows to do that. Oh yeah, chapters for markers like that, and you pick which color is. Those are the ones that'll be the chapter markers specifically, which is fun. But I don't necessarily have direct access to his YouTube channel for obvious reasons, so I can't do that. And one other, sometimes it's nice to be able to upload to YouTube, even if it's on my own channel as a private video or something, so that way it's not actually live. But the back of my mind is worried that if I upload it to my YouTube channel and it's on the YouTube servers, and then later on a slightly edited, tweaked version, but mostly the same video is uploaded on Brett's channel, if somehow YouTube goes, wait a minute, this is stolen content, this is someone else's video almost verbatim, and then it gets shadow banned or something. Because I think that's been the issue before on one of the other platforms or something, or at least we were like, maybe that's the issue and we just don't know enough. Because there'll be times when I upload something or give him something to upload, and then we have like swear words in the beginning. We go, oh crap, we need to edit those out. And then I go to edit them out and then re-uploads again, but then that counts as like the same thing. I don't know. It's a black box and you just don't know how to get in there and look at it. All right, let's see where I left off. Yeah. Also, the YouTube thing did that. It did that thing where it activated young, like no young people, right? Wasn't that a thing that it's supposed to have done? And then I think I saw a video saying that now like they've removed the swear protection or something. I mean, we might still just mute some swears at the beginning just to be safe or something, because it's not really a big deal. People understand. But I wonder if that means that a lot of the demonetization and age restriction shit will like kind of fall away. Because that was like one of the big fears when YouTube was going to do this, you need to send in your ID thing. But I don't know how, I mean, not to defend YouTube in their information stealing methods or whatever, but I don't know how strict they were trying to be. Oh, you've had an account for 5 years? Well, then you're probably older than 18. Like, do they just do that simple thing? Do they say, based off your viewing habits, you seem to be older than 18, right? Yeah. But like a lot of the advertising problems, people getting demonetized because there's too much violence or something because it's not family friendly. They go off the age of your Google account. And then I guess if for some reason there's lack of information in the Google account and or a question about it, then they ask for verification. Because your Google account doesn't ask for verification, just your YouTube does. Huh. I mean, I assume most of the bullshit that I watch or liked watching, a lot of the different creators were, I don't know how many children were watching those things. Because kids like kid stuff. And even like, I don't know, late teens still are children. Like a 16-year-old wants to be an adult, but god damn it, they are a child. They're still watching, I don't know, Cartoon Network, probably, I mean, maybe not so much Nickelodeon, but you get what I'm saying. Like they're watching stupid stuff, Mr. Beast shit. Fortnite, Roblox. I guess I was hoping for a bright side, and maybe it is too rose-tinted glasses or too innocent, ignorant to assume it. But if there's been a bunch of problems with YouTube, with people getting demonetized and algorithm shadow banning, and then people feeling censored, now that we feel like everybody's supposed to be an adult, and Google and YouTube in court could feel reasonably safe to say we did our best and due diligence to make sure that that was the case. So if a kid saw a nipple slip or a kid saw swear words or violence, we're not going to punish the creator for that because we did our due diligence. And that means the adpocalypse won't happen anymore and whatever, right? Then that might mean that content will and restrictions will get loosened and better on the website. But again, that could just be me being ignorant. You played Neverwinter Nights at age 2? Red vs. Blue. 10 watching Red vs. Blue. Yeah. How old was I when Red vs. Blue? Because Halo, for me, I was probably, I guess I can just look. Is it 2000? $2001. Just after 9/11. Jesus Christ. So that would be me, 8th grade going on, well, halfway into 8th grade. So I was just before high school. So that means I was 13 when Halo came out. So Red vs. Blue probably happened around a couple years after, maybe the same year. I guess I can look at that too, but whatever. Same idea. But I watched Red vs. Blue, and that to me was an adult humor, but it's not child humor, right? Taught you to read with it, but I can't imagine you were able to play it in any reasonable way. Just because, like, I don't think I can today play Neverwinter Nights. Huh. I mean, accept and decline both seem like words that are incredibly intense for a person who's 2 years old. Like, yes, no. I mean, I don't know how I'm bad with children and ages. I don't have kids, and my friends that have kids are like one person who has kids, and I don't get to hang out with them that much anymore. So I don't know when they really start talking. I guess it's before 2. Because he's not 2 years old. I fucking hope he's not. I don't think so. Maybe now he's 2, but when I was there visiting him, he was talking. It's gonna be crazy. He's just gonna get older and older. It's like, oh my God, you're becoming a human being. What the fuck? That's weird, bro. That's weird. I wish the age restriction thing that they're doing with Spotify, with YouTube, and then with other forms of the internet, even like in Florida and I think Texas now, porn websites, at least the reputable porn websites, have a age verification system where you have to send in your ID. But I was thinking, as a person who doesn't know shit about how any of this stuff works, but just as a concept, the idea would be, because I imagine the EU has something similar, because the EU is pretty good about privacy protection and a bunch of things when it comes to the internet compared to America. But just like how PayPal, when you go to check out with something, you can like add a credit card. You can use Google Pay or Apple Pay or whatever. And then there's also an option for PayPal. And that takes you through an alternate route where it opens up a pop-up. And then you sign into PayPal in that pop-up. And then you select your purchase, what card or what balance, whatever. And then it takes you back to the website. And it says, okay, your PayPal, I guess, has gone through. So now the last steps before you confirm. There should be a government token style thing where you're making your account or whatever it is, and then it's like, oh, you need to connect with a verification of your adulthood or whatever it is. And then your portal opens up. The website is a government thing where it already has your social security number, already has all your other information, whatever your voter ID is, whatever your work ID. Like there's all these different things that even like in America, even undocumented immigrants and shit will have some sort of number, tax ID number, but they don't have a social security, all these different things. And then that is used to verify if you are or not. And then the token that gets sent back from that dialog box is just saying approved, not saying any details or any information about them. It just says approved, and that's it. Because currently, with the way that PayPal works, nobody is spoofing a PayPal token to send back the information, because otherwise people would just be getting free shit for no money. So that type of token already is secure enough to work that people are not just immediately becoming, online thieves with it. So it should work in the same extent for verification of something simple like age or whatever. Because there's been that debate back and forth about, hey, you wouldn't be so damn toxic online if you had to do that with your name and face on this account. You can talk shit and do death threats. You can do cringe, racist, hate speech posting because you know that there's not going to be any drawbacks to you saying this randomly on 4chan or something. Whereas if people had their government names or whatever were attached to that thing, that they would feel a little bit more weird about it, because then their grandma would see it or their employers would see it. There's also the other side of that where it's like, okay, well then people going to a message board about, coming out as gay or being trans in a state that doesn't really give them a lot of rights and freedoms, then that would then cause problems for those marginalized people who are trying to have a community outside of the norm in their area. So I can see a reason to have it and a reason not to have it. So I guess I'm just a fence sitter, which is like not the best place to sit at. I'm usually I'm not going to do, like I'm lazy as fuck, so I just don't do anything about it, which then leads into the status quo continuing. But if they're going to make this happen, I would rather they make it happen under what seems like the government already has your information. The government already has, they know everything about you from the moment you're born, right? They already have it. So if you have to give information to somebody, make it go through the person that already has it. That way you don't lose any privacy because the government already knows about you. It's a done deal. And the government doesn't have to know anything about the website other than the website saying, we're asking for verification. And then they can say that we verify it. And that's it. It doesn't need to be, oh, we know you're going to ilovefeet.com or whatever. It can just be a ping from a server, and then that server then receives the ping back. It can be a double blind thing, you know what I mean? But as long as the government's the one dealing with your personal information, and then the government only gives them back a yes or a no answer, then I feel like it's the best of both worlds. I have not heard either one of those. Like, I've never heard of them say it's illegal to use a fake name. Like when you make an Xbox Live account, I've never heard the government say, hey, it's illegal for you to not use your name. you know, your fart sniffer, right? That's just your name. No one's mad about it. Trying to think if there's a government website. There's no like, you know, government.gov where you can go type on the forums and just chat that I'm aware of where you have usernames. So I guess that doesn't come up. I mean, the government has official Twitter accounts and they talk to people that have made up names. I don't know. And now they say don't use your full real name. Well, that's a bummer for me with my full real name mostly in my username for Twitch, but whatever. I figured if anybody was actually going to be a freak, it wouldn't be hard to find it. Okay. Where did I leave off?
In the world, you know, they're specific. This is actually, before we get to this, let's watch this video. So this is a rapid response that happened.
Where
Not applying to everywhere in the world, you know, they're specific to everywhere in the world, you know.
You know, look at this. Save half a second. What exactly was the context of
to somebody immediately? It's also very important. Check that the address is correct. Check that the person's name is spelled correctly.
So one of the earlier things was ICE would say, no, we have a warrant. Let us get the people in your car. And they go, no, that's a warrant for removal from Department of Homeland Security, which is not the same thing as a warrant against my constitutional rights signed by a judge to let you supersede them. That's different. And then they were able to get the guy to walk away. So he's showing the difference between a real warrant and their fake warrants.
All of these would make a warrant invalid. If they come to you with a district court, it can look exactly like this, but the address is not the
Which one is Nate?
Address that they are trying to enter. Absolutely invalid. Does not matter. They cannot just enter into any place just because they have a district court warrant. These warrants are specific for locations and they do not apply to everywhere in the world. They're specific. So this is a rapid response that happened. Rapid response.
Boop. Boop.
A rapid response that happened actually 4 days after we did the training that this was used in here. And that happened actually 4 days after we did the training that this was used in here.
Oh, wait, I can show this. Yeah. Oh, no. What? Yeah, turn that on, actually. Oh. One random YouTube video probably wouldn't be that searchable. How many views has it got?
Actually 4 days after we did the training that this was used in here, that this one was used in here. The training that this was used in here. This one was used in here.
Just duplicate.
So this was in Lenexa, Kansas. As you can see.
Wait, just cut this one out. Let's see.
In this exchange, ICE and HSI had raided 2 restaurants in Kansas City, Kansas area, both owned by the same person and at the same exact time. So we got calls from both places, like letting us know that this was happening.
It's probably a pretty decent example. I should probably edit this one down.
Days after we did the training that this was used in here. So this was in Lenexa, Kansas. As you can see, HSI, which is Homeland Security Investigations. In this.
Let's just go from here.
In this in this this exchange, ICE this exchange ICE and HSI had raided 2 restaurants in Kansas City, Kansas area. HSI had raided ICE and HSI exchange. This was used in here. So this was in Lenexa, Kansas. HSI had raided 2 restaurants in Kansas City, Kansas area. HSI had raided. This was in Lenexa, Kansas. HSI had raided 2 restaurants in Kansas,
whatever
Kansas City, Kansas area.
Anymore.
Both owned by the same person and at the same exact time. So we got calls. From both places. Like letting us know that this was happening. We immediately sent people out there. I actually got, somebody really sent people out there. Somebody who wasn't me got to this one late. And
it was Brad.
Somebody who wasn't me got to this one late, and you'll see what happens here. There's a lot about this video that I want to look at and kind of use as an example. Whoever recorded this did a very good job. And it was very helpful in the in shaping the narrative around this case, and both in mainstream media and in local media.
It's closed because we had a criminal search warrant here today.
Kind of use as an example.
It's closed because we had a criminal search warrant here today.
Okay.
What's your
name? Sorry, I didn't get your name.
You don't need my name.
Well, then who are you?
I'm with the Department of Homeland Security.
Homeland Security. Do you have a badge or anything to prove that? Because if not, I'm just going to walk in.
It's right there.
Where? There's no badge there, sir.
See it right here?
Okay. First off, I want somebody to tell me what is important about what I'm not filming here.
The person asking questions?
What am I not filming here? Not in this shot in particular, but just through the entire video.
He says, I am not filming.
Okay? People being close up here. Yes. Your comrades. Yes. Your comrades. Exactly. It is. Yes. Your comrades. Exactly. It is not helpful in this situation to get the other the other people, the other responders on the video. All right? Whoever, like, you need to be up close. Like, you need to be up on the video. You need to be up close enough that you can film the agent, ideally just the agent. And this goes for migrants. This goes for other rapid responders that you're there. You really that you're there. You really want to try as hard as you can not to capture anyone else in the video.
Then who are you?
A lot of repeating there. I can probably turn that down.
Because
later.
again, as we're talking about here, what to do after a raid. Do not change the file name or edit the footage in any way.
I'm with the Department of Homeland Security.
Homeland Security. Do you have a badge or anything to prove that? Because if not, I'm...
Did I do that after? Did I make a thumb thing? Let's see. Warrant examples. Asserting rights. Did you get to this part?
I
don't think you got to that part.
I'm with the Department of Homeland Security.
Homeland Security. Do you have a badge or anything to prove that? Because if not, I'm just going to walk in.
It's right there.
Where? There's no badge there, sir.
See it right here? My belt?
I just want to see the officer number. 508 here. What was your name?
We're going to shut the door now. You have about 2 seconds before you're arrested for hindering a federal investigation. He's not even in the building.
I'm not even. How am I hindering an investigation? I'm not in the building.
We're out on the public sidewalk.
Okay. I'm not in the building. How can I hinder?
So what's your concern then?
I'm concerned what's going on. I have an order to pick up.
So you're more concerned about your order, but not the labor trafficking and exploitation that's going on.
Who said there's?
Okay, so like this guy talking is really good for us. Like this guy is talking himself into a bad situation.
Let's cut out the dead space.
Like this guy is talking himself into a bad situation. You understand? Like them giving us this information and him trying to debate lord his way out of this this helped us to frame our entire narrative around this our entire narrative around this raid. Our entire narrative around this raid. Because if you're here executing a criminal search warrant for human trafficking, why are you taking all of the employees out in chains? Chat, do you know that if somebody's a do you know that if somebody's a victim of human trafficking, they're eligible for a different kind of visa? It's called a T visa. If we didn't capture this person saying this, we have nothing. And now we have a legitimate legal defense that may keep people in the country, that may give them legal status in the country because they're apparently being arrested as victims of human trafficking. Like, this is why the rapid response, being here, recording this, collecting this information, is critically important.
Any labor trafficking.
This is a criminal search warrant. This is a criminal search warrant.
Can I see a copy of it?
Signed by a judge. Okay. You know, you guys.
Yeah, again, we're asking for the warrant. We're saying we'd like to see the warrant. Can we see it? Is it signed by a judge?
They run away.
We're executing the things that we're talking about in this lesson already.
You can take. All right, I can come in the kitchen. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation.
Appreciate it.
I wonder why they back down so fast. Those fucking scumbags.
want to do any names or identification today? Stand behind your work.
I got 150.
They let them in. They split, bro. They're running away. They're running away. They're in the middle of doing their, like, collecting evidence. And all of a sudden, fucking split.
48 was the badge number for this gentleman from HSI.
Gentlemen. So respectful.
These girls are like fucking 15 years old.
What do you tell your kids about what you do? Public servants.
Yeah, I'm so proud of your work.
Either that or just nameless.
So proud of your work.
You're gonna hit somebody. I'm not in the way. I'm not in the way. I can't hear you. You're gonna have to hold on your window. I'm not in the way. They're fucking terrified. They're fucking terrified. Did you not realize what this would be, being fucking Gestapo?
Whatever happened. I mean, no shade, but earlier in the training, it was like, don't speak unless you have to. Be respectful. And he's popping off.
Being Nazis? You didn't realize what this would be like? You should quit. Quit now. Quit now, you Nazi fuck. Quit your job. It's gonna be like this every fucking day. We're coming every day. Anytime you try to kidnap people, we are gonna be here. Fucking terrified.
I mean, it's based, but
Scared as fuck. You cowards.
Oh, there you go.
You cowards.
Now, now, I know I said earlier, speak respectfully. The person behind the camera here is trying to do psychic damage. It's a longer term goal. I can't encourage this kind of behavior. But
this is Brett, and we're pretty sure Brad is the one that did this video recording. Some guy named Brad.
Notice that person recording was silent during the important parts, though. Okay, if you go in and you yell over this guy talking and shit, that is harmful to the collection of this, right? If there's an active situation and important things are being said, don't talk. At this point, they're leaving. You know what I mean? I'm obviously not. They're leaving. Like I'm not encouraging people to, like, you know what I mean? To do any of that stuff. But
fuck. Quit your job. It's gonna be like this every fucking day. Quit your job. It's gonna be like this every fucking day. We're coming every day. Anytime you try to kidnap people, we are gonna be here.
I mean, they wanted to let them know. This wasn't going away. If you're scared now, it's only getting worse. If you're scared now, you're freaking out like this now, you're not cut out for this shit. You need to quit. Shit. Quit. Find a new job.
Fucking terrified. Scared as fuck. You cowards.
Oh, there you go.
You cowards. Flee. Fucking cowards. Scared little girls. Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out!
Yeah.
That's got to be pretty powerful and feel pretty good to do.
So
what to do after raid?
So this is really the what to do after a raid. This is really like make sure the what to do after a raid. This is the what to do after a raid. The what to do after a raid. This is really like make sure you keep the original file. Make sure you keep the original file safe, because as somebody said earlier, it's really important. It's really important that if somebody said earlier, it's really important that if your video really important that if your video would be relevant in a court case, that they can prove that this is the raw video, it's not edited or any kind of way like that. That doesn't mean like if you'll notice there's like faces blurred in that video that I posted, like when you're posting to like faces blurred in that video, when you're posting to socials, you can edit it, but make sure that you're coordinating with the immigrant rights organization you're working through. Make sure that everybody on board is okay with it being posted. Like I posted that video and I got very, very clear like permission from everyone. Involved. Everyone involved, I got incredibly clear permission to be able to post that. You know what I mean? It's critical. Don't just go out and start posting shit without permission, without
A lot of this is duplicated, but I'm just chopping it up.
permission, without like explicit a strategy behind it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Make an appointment to come to Air office and meet with us to debrief and give us the footage. So this is like talking to your local immigrant rights group. Brad did. Who's I? No, I posted the video. I'm not saying I filmed the video. That was Brad. Offer resource info sheet to the family so they can connect with org. We have that. Fill out a rapid response form. So your rapid response might make like a Google form or like maybe there's like a more secure way form or like maybe there's like a Google form or like maybe there's like a more secure way for people who go and do the rapid response to compile that information because again, that's the main point of this, is to develop a practice of watching them compiling the data and changing our tactics according to their patterns, right? Patterns, right? Do not post on social media. Please do not share about this information. Patterns. Do not post. Do not post on social media. Please do not share about this information. Network, yeah. After a sighting, gather information from witnesses. This is what I was talking about earlier. It's really important to share about this information. Network, after a sighting, do not share about this information. Network, after a sighting, share about this information.
Kind of a short little bit
To
there.
their patterns. Do not post on social media. Please do not share about this information. Network, after a sighting, gather information from witnesses. Information. Network, after media. Please do not share about this information. Network, yeah.
About this information network? Huh.
Patterns. Do not post on social media. Please do not share about this information. Network, after please do not share about this information. After a sighting, gather information from witnesses. This is what I was talking about earlier. It's really important to talk to people around. Don't just show up and look at an empty intersection and be like, oh, well, ICE isn't here, and shrug your shoulders and leave. You need to get out of your car, go interview everyone around you. Like you're really doing like citizen journalism in this way. Right? It's really important that you like do citizen journalism. You actually ask people in the nearby area, what did you see? What was it like for you? What happened? You know what I mean? Find out, yeah, get as much information as you can. They would have like, they might have like videos and photos that they didn't share before. So get them to send those to you so that you and the organization can figure it out. Okay. Yeah, so that you and the organization can figure it out. Okay.
Bunch of unused slides there.
Okay, so here, wait. So typically,
oh, here we go. Oh, almost removed all markers. Look me. I guess I just hit delete.
Okay, so here, wait. So typically in this part of a rapid response in person, we would actually like do a test. So typically in this part of a rapid response in this part can. So typically in this part of a rapid response in person of a rapid response in person. Typically in this part of a rapid response in person, we would actually do a test. Like we will have do a test. Like we would actually do a test. We will have people designated to play ICE agents, and with the people in the training, we will exercise the things we just learned. We'll do a real-time test. I will knock on the door, or like I usually play the ICE agent along with like one other person. We like knock on the door real loud. We demand entry, and we make sure that, and we see what happens. We see what people do. This is really helpful because it's really easy to talk about. It's really easy to really helpful because it's really easy to talk about exerting your rights, but actually doing it requires bravery. You don't know how you're actually going to act in those scenarios, right? And so creating those scenarios and doing like a role play is a really good way for people to kind of get a small sense of how they will respond in that kind of situation. You know what I mean? And so I encourage you to do this with your local group. Like
a lot of repeated spots.
Designate one or two people to be ICE agents and go through a group interacting with an ICE agent. We usually do a few scenarios. One, knock on the door, knocking on the door, and two, if the ICE is already inside of a building, right? They're inside of a building. How are you acting? And so this is really important to make sure like somebody's recording, somebody's calling the hotline.
Makes sense to do a trial. It's a lot of moving parts.
These are things that a lot of people in the heat of the moment, they assume somebody else is doing. They assume somebody else is doing that.
I almost wonder if like a little card checklist thing would be helpful for people to have, so they can hold it up and say, okay, we need these 5 things to happen. Someone needs to be recording, someone needs to be calling, right? And they can just see if no one else is doing it, then they do it. Or they say, you do this or something real fast to another person.
But it's very easy to
like we used to have tornado drill things. And if you were caught off guard or you weren't really trained enough, you were kind of like, or when the network would go down and you have to bail out, like something's wrong with the automated playback or something, and you have to bail out to a different piece of media. you could be sitting there like, oh wait, is this actually happening? Is this actually going down? And you're just like wasting time, and it's like just punch it, right? We didn't really have a card, but we had, I guess, decent training on watching shit fail.
Quickly, easy to you know, to when you practice these things.
Jeez.
Easy to very quickly, easy to you know, to quickly, easy to when you practice these things.
A lot of this is just filler.
To say, hey, nobody called the hotline. You know, nobody was recording. Nobody was recording.
Oops.
Stuff like that.
Okay.
Right? And then you.
Oh, no. Okay. I was trying to recognize some of the. Like, this might be an.
And then you come back, you do debriefs, you talk about it.
Yeah.
We also did a little. We also did a little grounding in this one on discipline.
I was looking at the Spanish word when spelling it, and I was like, that doesn't seem right.
Right? It's really important to have discipline. It's really important to have discipline. Why?
Like not swearing at them in their cars.
Why am I showing up? What's at stake? What commitments can I keep? And what risks am I willing to take? It's actually like really not helpful to show up to these kind of things in an undisciplined way. And to show up and think you're Rambo and run in and like start a fight with ICE agents, like that is going to do way more harm than good. You know, you need to have discipline. You need to understand why.
They're definitely waiting for you to fuck up, so that way they can then brutalize you or arrest you or get you out of the way.
Why you're there, what your role is in this moment. What your role is in this moment, and how you can be most effective.
That don't look bad.
Most effective. Okay? Means recording.
Very repetitive, drawn out on this part, so I can save some time here for sure.
It means being there. Recording, being there, reminding people of their rights. You know what I mean?
It's a live stream. What do you want?
We only take actions as collectives. That's one of the groundings. One of the groundings we started on, right? So that means not going into these situations as an individual and making it about you and making it about you. And now the entire rapid response has to do jail support for you. They have to go, like, you know what I mean? They have to go, like, you know what I mean? Something from my rapid response training, they asked us to be mindful of when and where Brad intentionally antagonizes ICE. If they're abducting someone and Brad pisses them off, they may not take out their frustration on the white guy with the camera. They may take it out on the handcuffed immigrant once they're not on camera anymore. So Brad has to keep in mind the potential consequences of any reaction may not always be directed towards himself before he decides to go aggro. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean by discipline, for sure. Right? Like understanding the situation, understanding the right? Like understanding the situation, understanding this is not about you. This is not about you. This is about protecting the person. This is about other this is about protecting the person being targeted, right? In that situation we just watched, they had already taken all of the detainees. They had already taken all of the detainees. Detainees, right? It was taking all of the detainees, right? It was just the agents and us there. Yeah, so that's really important. At the end of this, we went to wait. Oh shit. Went to wait. Oh shit. At the end of this, so that's basically the training. At the end of this, so that's basically.
Oh. Wait, I saved all this time. Wait, that's not so bad. If this is actually the end of it, hold on.
That's basically the training. When we did the training, we broke everybody out into like specific neighborhoods and kind of like gave them this worksheet. So we'll look through this worksheet real quick.
Worksheet might be too much. Let's see.
At the end of this, we just the agents and us there. So that's really important. At the end of this, so that's basically the training. That's basically the training. When we did the training, when we did the important. At the end of this, so that's basically the training. When we did the training, the agents and us there. So that's really important. That's basically the training. When we did the training, we broke everybody out into like specific neighborhoods and kind of like gave them this worksheet. So we'll look through this worksheet real quick. This worksheet. So we'll look through this worksheet real quick. Can I drop PDFs in the Discord? Think so? Okay, here, I'll drop this in the Discord. 1 second. Okay, it's in there. So this is neighborhoods and kind of like gave them this worksheet. So we'll look through this worksheet. So this is a worksheet that I and some of my comrades put together that we gave the neighborhood groups. So this is something that you can use with your group. I hope you do. I hope you do. I hope you do. Yeah, use with your group. So this is something that you can use with your group. I hope you do. And so we'll just read through this. This is the beginning. This is how to basically like and kind of like gave them this worksheet. So this is a worksheet that I and some of my comrades put together that we gave the neighborhood groups. So this is something that you can use with your group. I hope you do. And so we'll just read through this. This is the beginning. This is how to basically like the tools that you might need to start like a neighborhood defense community workshop, right? The goal of neighborhood defense is to provide community safety for you, your family, and your neighbors in the face of escalating attacks by our government. These teams can help prevent deportations, document state violence, and provide material support for affected people. Localizing this type of intervention is the most effective way to support one another. Your neighborhood defense team should meet the needs of your community. No two teams will be the same, and that's okay. So, to start building a team, you need to identify the bounds of the area.
Wait, how long has that been on there? My reactive Fujitech thing is all being weird. Hold on. Do they have a better version of it now? I'm excited. I appreciate them having a no longer works thing. Dream Tools. Fuji Reactive. Logging in with Discord. Authorize. Huh. Oh. Wait. No. Dropper. Brush. Oops. I put the opacity low. It always happens because I have a number pad on my thing. Alt. Wee. Okay. Just get this eyelid looking good. I think I want to throw a little black. I'm sure there's a way to do brush size as a tool button or something, but we'll just. Looks like shit because I'm using a mouse. I think no outline is good. Go back to this color, back to the brush, back to a higher size number. Looks about right. And now eyedropper this color. Get rid of this eyeball. Eyedropper this color. I guess I can do it on this layer too. And then just make it nice and close lid. Probably go back to this again. Maybe I clean up some of that. Okay. You just add this layer. Oops. Do I get rid of all the eye socket above? Does that look better? Oh, I think it looks better. Immediately, I think it looks better. File. Export as PNG. Yellow closed. Into my and then I'll have new layer, color. Do I want to have it like this? Probably. When I'm muted. And sloppy can be kind of the vibe there. Maybe I even do something silly. Where did that go? Did it not go anywhere? Not copy it? Oh. Why didn't this copy? I don't understand. Just not rasterize or something? No. If I hit delete. Wait, what? Okay. But if I hit delete, it doesn't actually delete that section. But now it does. Wait, why wouldn't it delete the eyeball? The eyeball. Huh? Is it doing like a color find or something? If I hit delete, why doesn't it delete the eyeball? I mean, now it does. Whatever. Copy. Paste. This is not pasting anything anywhere. X V. Okay, so that does it. Whatever. Put that back where it belongs. What's good? I'm a little distracted right now, but I'm just fucking around with how do I flip this? Transform. Editing my reactive AI thing so that way I can have my inactive file. Hello? Maybe I can't select different options? Oh, I have to select a new one. So that would be under here, under here. We have this one. This one. So I have like speaking. Oh, I can make this bigger. Speaking and then muted. The eyes are closed. And then I was gonna have muted be like, ooh, like a little X over the mouth. But then I was like, oh, maybe it'd be better if including with the X, I have this thing here. There's definitely a transform in here somewhere. Transform controls. It only ever does both flipping it. If I rotate it, that doesn't really work. I want it to flip sides. Layer. I have mildly green eyes, but for doing it in this thing, yeah. Oh. Isn't there like a little, yeah, this, flip, edit, transform. Okay, whatever. I guess it doesn't look like I'm cross-eyed, does it? Not really. Probably the best I can do with that is put this here, go back to the brush tool on this layer is fine. Grab some white, back to the brush tool. Ooh, it's a little too big. And then grab the gray color, back to the brush, but this needs to be smaller for sure. Just even it out while we're here. Now it looks more like I'm cross-eyed. I'm like, ooh, I'm muted. Looks a little goofy. That's the whole point. Yellow. Muted. Yeah. In here, I can select muted. And then deafened. I think deafened is both muted and muted is both you can't hear or talk is deafened. I think it's pretty sure it's both because you're not allowed to speak while you can't hear. Pretty sure. Oh, 4 does have a thing there. That's funny. Well, we can just get rid of that. Okay. So on 4, I can go back in and add another red thing. I'll just grab the color red that we have. And then that's too much. That's too ziggy. It's too rough. Too long. Oh, I fucked it up at the end there. Damn it. Almost had it. I think that works. Whatever. Deafened. Looks so peaceful with the eyes closed. And then select. I could have put like a headphone thing or something on, but I think just putting the X on for now is fine. Maybe the X should be bigger just because it matches the other one. Let's go back in here. Copy. Paste. Def. Looks kind of small. Oh, model. Discord silly. Active. Oh, it has a little picture there too. That's fine. So now, theoretically, seeing how this is all set up, all I need to do is go into my Discord. I can go to a private channel and just join a voice channel. And then when I'm there and I'm talking, then I'm silent, my eyes close. Wowie, how special. And then if I go in there and then, oh, I don't have a mute button. I guess I do here. That's muted, technically. Doesn't seem like it's showing. Oh, I guess it just mutes the input so it doesn't notice I have an input, but I'm not officially muted in Discord. That was an OBS mute, which is separate. You'll notice my little guy probably will go. But now you can hear it and you can see the little guy going. So if there was other people in the Discord call, we would all be down there. And I've never been in a Discord call on stream before, but I'm fucking ready for it. If we were playing a game or doing anything. And the beauty is you don't have to worry about getting the Discord bubbles like you would normally do on other, like the official Discord overlay thing for OBS. You got to like find each sub channel and if you're in different groups, but this just always works no matter what channel you're in. It just does this. And if anybody else uses Fuji and I'm in a channel with them, because I set up my stuff inside of Fuji, it will then, instead of just using the default for me, it would use this for me. Neat. Out of the call. Sweet. Okay. Back to the edit at hand. Might as well save something. Oh yeah, this is a miniature painting thing that uses markers, which is pretty cool. Obviously that looks like shit because it's just one base coat or whatever, but now it's just using a speed paint style, but with markers. If I ever got back in the painting, I might try this. I have a bunch of paints still, but they're probably half of them all fucking dried out. Annoying. Buddy. Stolen videos. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, he's going over the worksheet.
You can feasibly organize within. So if you're in a large city, this might be half of a neighborhood. If you're in a rural area, this might be the entire city. You know what I mean? Like this is.
I can probably just put this, because this is a long thing talking about the entire worksheet. I can probably leave this out and then just make a link to the worksheet. I think that's pretty obvious where it's for. So I'll just leave all this part out. Let's see, where do we leave off of the worksheet? Worksheet was right here.
When we did the training, we broke everybody out into like specific neighborhoods and kind of like gave them this worksheet. So like understanding the situation, understanding this is not about you. This is not about you. This is about protecting the person being targeted. And that situation we just watched, they had already taken all of the detainees. It was just the agents and us there. So that's really important. That's basically the training. When we did the training, that's basically the training. Any questions? I think that's it. I think that's all of my presentation.
Let's flip-flop that for comedic effect. This is the long way of doing this. Of course, my cursor's still there, so it zooms in over there.
Yeah, so that's really important. That's basically the training. I think that's it. I think that's all of my presentation. Any questions?
Okay, so now I want to, so my video is 30, what, 38 minutes long, 39 minutes long. I want to cut somewhere between 10 to like even 20 minutes of time. So how do I do that the best? Some big sections are these videos.
No, it's not a warrant. It's not a warrant under the Constitution of the United States.
I can set up a thing to make this more foreground with a better blur out or something, but for now it's fine. One of the things I end up doing a lot of times is modifying things with I go through and add a lot of special effects and things because that's kind of more fun parts to do. Zoom ins, text, this, that, and the other. It can also be tedious, but when you're doing a lot of like just raw cutting, it's nice to mix it up with something better, something different. So. I definitely want to give him, make it at least a 35-minute mark that I have marked there in red. Should probably make another marker in red at the 20-minute marker. Holy what? Damn. I don't know if I'm making it to 20 minutes. But let's make one at 30 minutes. Okay. Let's go all the way to the left here. Okay. Bare minimum, got to get to this line. Which is cutting down 4 minutes. Getting to this one is cutting down like 10 minutes. So let's try. Where's the? Okay, I'll also start playing.
So one thing I want to make sure everybody understands about this is that these trainings typically are done for the community. So you guys probably will know a lot of the stuff in this training. Unless you've been to a rapid response training, you've never maybe seen it in this format. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going through a curriculum that I helped develop. I'm going to be using this as like practice. I want to do more of these trainings for my community, for different organizations. This is a way that I can practice this kind of training. We usually start off these trainings with some groundings and agreements. We are stronger together than we are as individuals. In a training, I would usually say, right. And then I would ask the audience.
Well, here I go. Instead of doing direct edits, I'm going to do some fun stuff because I'm bored. Go to my favorites, an adjustment clip.
and agreements. We are stronger together than we are as individuals. In a training, I would usually say, right.
Can I rename this? Guess not. So this is a punch in directly to Brett sitting down there. All my markers are kind of distracting. Let's make this a color that I know is going to be the one thing that I always use this for. Beige is always going straight to Brett.
In a training, I would usually say, right. In a training, I would usually say, right. And then I would ask the audience to verbally agree that these are agreements that we all together agree with. We don't make assumptions. Yeah, right. And then I would ask the audience to verbally agree that these are agreements that we all verbally agree that these are verbally agree these are agreements that we all together agree with. We verbally agree these are agreements that we all together agree with. Verbally agree. And then I would ask the audience to verbally agree these are agreements that we all together agree with.
I think just verbally agree.
Verbally agree. We don't make assumptions about one another, about race, gender, sexuality, mental,
So it's just repeating itself over and over
or
again.
physical ability, or anything else, right? Right? We've or anything else, right? Right? We value storytelling and relationship building, but those things do not take up our whole meeting, right? And whole meeting, right? And finally, we are serious about getting shit done. We use one mic. One person speaks at a time. There is only one mic here, but feel free to chat and talk to each other, but do not speak over one another. We believe tension is good, and leaning into tension is how we grow. We make decisions and take actions only as a collective, and we believe that everything worth doing is worth evaluating. Stick around to the end to give real feedback on the meeting. I will be asking you guys for feedback.
So when he covers with his mouse, I could go through and do the, not reframe. Wait, I thought I re-uploaded these. Did I not just reinstall them? Let's see. Are these uploaded? Updated? When does it show the update? Just looking to see if this was actually... Hello, little girl. There's no pleasing that one, I swear to God. Highlights what I want, for sure. I need to watch this tutorial again.
Alright, in this video, we're going to be
Holy
taking a look
balls.
at Whip Highlight from the Editor Collection. This is a tool that lets us take a section of the screen and then bring it up full screen so that way it draws your viewers' attention to whatever it is you're trying to show them. It's a really cool tool that I use all the time in my videos, so let's take a look at how to use it inside of DaVinci Resolve. Alright, so inside of my project, I just have a screen
So I have a problem where sometimes I go to highlight, but then it won't. I want to move inward more, but all it does is just zoom
recording
in.
here, and basically what I want to do is take the inspector view and then bring this up full screen, so that way we can just focus on the controls inside of this Delta Keyer node that we're working on. So in the effects tab, I'm going to come down to generators, scroll down until I get to editor collection, then I can grab the whip highlight tool and then just drop this right above the clip. And this essentially works as an adjustment clip, so that way whatever's below it, it's going to pull into the tool and use that. Alright, so right away you can see it is on the preview mode, so that means it's going to highlight all the areas that are currently selected, and then
Oh, maybe I'm not using the generator. Maybe I'm just using
get
the
in the background,
effect.
so that way it makes it easy for us to select. So down in the bottom left, we can press this drop-down menu and turn on the Fusion Overlay. That's going to add in a bunch of controls on the screen, which I know for this tool especially gets kind of confusing. And the reason is DaVinci Resolve does not have a way that I can hide any of the controls that we're not using. So until they add that feature, it is going to be a little bit convoluted. But as soon as they add that feature, I'll go in and fix this tool. But anyways, it's pretty easy to figure out which tools we actually need to use because of this outline that we have for the highlighted section. So right away, I can tell that all three of these controls are probably going to be relating to window 1. So let's zoom in. What we can do is grab this bottom point, and we just want to drag this up so that way it is just selecting the controls for this one node. And up at the top, I'm going to drag this down so that way it doesn't have quite as much space up at the top. And in the inspector, we can come down to window 1, and we have the same controls right here. So the pivot 1 and pivot 2, if we want to manually move those around or type in a specific value, as well as the corner radius to see if we want to add any rounding around the edges. Now, I just want this to be a little bit very subtle, and yeah, that looks pretty good. So the next thing we're going to do is turn off this preview mode. And as soon as I do that, you can see it's going to bring the section that we selected up full screen into the view. And when I go to the beginning and hit play, it's going to animate that on. So that already looks really good, but there's a lot of customization stuff we can do to take this even further. So the first thing we can customize is the animation. So that way you can match the animations to anything else you've done in your project and fine tune it depending on what you're working on. You know, if it needs to come up really quick, you can type in 0.5, so that way it just takes half a second to animate up. But if you want it to be a bit smoother, a little bit
Oh, I was using the magnify tool before instead of highlight. 'Cause this will blur out Brett at the same time, which is what we don't officially want to do. Little girl. Hello. Come on up here. I'll give you attention. I gave you food. I gave you treats. You have everything you could ever want. Come here. Swear. Let's see if highlight has what I want. Not. Wait. Magnify. That's zoom, which is different. Here's magnify. Make sure it's not too loud.
Alright, in this video, we're going to be taking a look at the new Whip Magnify tool inside of Editor Collection and going over a couple of its use cases. So on my timeline here, I have 3 different shots. So this is just a screenshot of some text. This one would be like your timeline, like if you're doing a tutorial. And then finally, we have a video of this turtle here in the ocean. So let's
I
take
just
a look
want
at
to
the tool
move
and some of the ways we
it
can
from
use it
its
and some of the
current
cool features that are
spot.
inside of
'Cause
it.
sometimes when I magnify it, it'll bleed off the edge, and I need to just recorrect its spot. But I haven't noticed the way that works.
So starting off on this first one, let's grab the Whip Magnify tool and then just drag this right over the clip. As soon as I do that, you can see there is a pop-up in the middle where the magnification is taking place. So if we go to the beginning and then hit play, you can see that just animates on, really simple, and then at the end, it'll animate off. Now to make this really easy to customize, I have my viewer controls on, and you can do that using the drop-down in the bottom left here. So if I hit this drop-down menu, you want to make sure Fusion Overlay is turned on. When you do that, that means you can click in here, you can drag this around, you can grab the end of the circle here to change its size, so we can highlight any text. So let's say this could be some sort of like research video, and we want to highlight the text we're talking about. So maybe we want to be talking about the built-in tracker. So let's put the pivot point right over that, and then we can change the size of the circle here, or over inside of the inspector, use this magnify scale to choose, how big the object is inside of that magnifying glass. When I move the circle around, you can see it's adjusting the center X and Y as well as the size here. So if you want, you can just do this totally inside of the inspector without the viewer controls. But I like just being able to grab it and move it around like so. And once we've done that, you can see all of the animations and everything is going to update to the new position and size that we set. So really cool. Right at the top here, we have the option for a rectangle or a n-gon shape as well. So if I do rectangle, it'll update the viewer controls. I can grab these, I can drag them around. So for this one, a rectangle might actually work better just because we're working with text. But I could also do an n-gon and do a bunch of different crazy shapes and rotate it around if I want to do it that way. In this case, I'm set it to rectangle and remove the corner radius. So that way it gives us this effect right here. Now looking below that, we have a bunch of different effects we can use to customize how this view looks. And the first one is the shadow, which adds a drop shadow around the magnifying glass. I usually recommend leaving this on because it adds really nice separation between the magnified subject and the background behind it. But in here, you can customize the settings if you want to change its intensity, change the softness, or even, offset it to the side. You can get quite a few different looks in here just by playing with these shadow settings. All right, next we have an outline, and this one is going to be too visible right now because we are working on a white background. But if I come down to the color, I could change this to be something like a blue, and if I click away, that's going to stand out quite a bit more. And what this will do is actually animate on as it scales up. Then you have this thickness slider here to change that. So I'm going to disable that. I do not want that one on right now. And then under the effects, we have a bunch more options. So the first one is this inner shadow, which again, we can't see this one too much because by default it is set to white. But if I come down here and change the color, you can see it'll add a red shadow on the inside of the magnifying glass. So usually what I like to do with this one is, let's say I put it over something a little bit darker. If this is white, it gives a kind of cool, effect around the edges. For this one, we're just gonna keep that off. Now warp is really cool, and this one looks best when you're using the circle option. So when you have the circle, and when we move this around, you can see kind of what this is doing. It's like it's a magnifying glass, and the glass is slightly rounded, so the magnification is different in different spots of the effect. And you can change all that with the warp strength. So you can have a positive, which is the default, or you can even make it negative, which again, pretty cool result. These next three are gonna apply to the background itself. So for the brightness, you can change how bright the background is. We can have that dim like crazy, so that way it really focuses on whatever we have in the center. Same thing with the saturation here. In this case, it's not gonna be that visible because everything is black and white on this document. But again, it's just used to pull more attention to that selection. Then we have this blur option, which is really cool. It adds a nice blur to everything in the back, and this one probably does the most to bring focus to whatever's in the selection. And again, that animates on and animates off at the end, so it's really seamless. We're gonna skip the tracker for right now and come back to that in a second. But if we come down to the anim engine, we have a few new options here in addition to all of the normal anim engine controls. So going to the beginning here, this mask animate scale is going to change how much the mask itself actually animates. So if I set this to be 0 and hit play, you can see the mask never changes size. The image inside of it will zoom up and the background zooms up, but the mask will stay exactly the same the entire time. Now, if we set this to be 1, the mask is going to start at 0 and then it's going to animate all the way up. So usually what I like to do is leave this somewhere in the middle, like 0.75, so that way the mask has a slight animation, but it doesn't start from nothing. Then right below that, we can change how much the background scales with it, and it'll scale from that same pivot point. So if you want this to be more intense, you can drag that up, and you can see it has a more dramatic effect. All right, then these are all the pretty standard anim engine controls. We can change the length of the animation, we can turn off the in, out, customize all that, as well as the easing curves, and then right down below that, we have the option to add on motion blur, so that way everything just looks a little bit more smooth. All right, let's take a look at this next one, and I'm going to grab a whip magnify. We're going to set this up to do a multi-point animation. So let's say at first we want to zoom into this width zoom section. We're going to drag this down.
I think this is very similar to the previous one.
More slow, then you can set it to be 2 seconds, so that way it takes its time getting up full screen. You also have the option to change the easing curves down here and even use a custom curve if you'd like, but I'm just going to leave it on the default easing curve. And up at the top, we have the focus tab, which lets us customize what's happening to the background. So I can turn off the drop shadow that this is casting. I really like that because it adds a nice separation from the background and the foreground. Then we can also change the color correction, which will dim the background as well as bring down the saturation if we'd like. And we can also customize how much the background is blurred. So usually I like leaving it at the default, if not just a little bit lower. And again, all this is meant to do is draw focus to this one section that we want the viewer to look at. Now, if you're dealing with low resolution footage and it seems to be getting a little soft, you can add in some sharpness to the actual highlighted section. So you can use that here and fine tune the settings. I don't recommend pushing this too hard because if you bring the size up too much and mess around with this, you get like this shadow cast around bright areas, and it really does not look that good. So try and keep these at about the default settings, or if you can, just keep it off entirely. In this case, I'm just working in a 1080p timeline, and it looks pretty good. Back on the controls tab, one other thing that we can customize about window 1 is both the position that it animates up to, if I just grab this point, as well as how big it gets in the middle. So I can bring this way up, keep this centered on the screen, and all of the animations update automatically, so that way it gets to that new spot. But there's still more that we can do before we start looking at the multi-window capabilities. So for this style, we can change how it actually animates. The first one is just focus, and this is not going to move it at all. It's not going to change its size. All it's going to do is add in that drop shadow, blur the background, and then do those color correction effects. So that way it just highlights that one section on the screen. Now for certain quick things, like if I want to, highlight a button, click here, that works really good because it just draws the attention and then it goes away. That works awesome. Another thing you can do is use the scale mode, so that way it zooms it in and it brings even more attention to it. But I like to usually apply that with scale and focus, so that way the background's blurred, it's not as distracting. And with this one, under window 1, we have this auto pivot feature, and by default this is set to center, so that way it's just going to scale right from the center. Now in this case, it's getting cut off on the edge of the image, so what I'm going to do is set the auto pivot to be top right. And that way when I hit play, none of our highlighted window is getting cut off on the side of the screen, but it's still scaling up. We can still see it, maybe make that a little bit bigger. And now this looks really good because it kind of keeps it in the same spot, but yet it really draws everyone's attention to that one section on the screen.
Yeah, highlight seems to be what I need specifically. So if I grab highlight, I would want to grab this. That little cat is going crazy, man. Preview mode. Okay. Fusion overlay. Window 1. Oh, I don't know what that. I think it's a pivot point or some shit. Okay, there's one. And this. Is the other one. Okay. So window 1, if I set to oh, they both do the same thing. Interesting. So window 1 is Brett. If I say bottom right,
And finally, we are serious about.
and then this one here, I say window 2. Left center.
Right. And finally, we are serious about getting.
So then this one, turn the preview mode on. Weird.
And finally, we are serious about getting. And finally, we are serious.
Morning. Wonder why window 1 is on top of window 2.
About getting. And finally, we are serious about getting shit done.
I see.
We value storytelling and make assumptions about one another.
I think window 2 needs to be this one. That was the wrong piece. Wait, why is this? Oh, because it's me a second here. Let me cook. This is unrelated. To flip-flop them like this. So 2 is Brett, which is lower. And it's going to be, let's just say right center. See how this looks.
We don't make assumptions about one another.
Holy fuck. Here she goes. He's just so squirrely today. Right top. I think right center makes the most sense. And then this one, unlink animation. Don't do in or out. I think that makes more sense.
We don't make assumptions about one another.
Wait, what? Why did window 2?
We don't make assumptions about one another, about race, gender, sexuality.
This is window 2, and it should have no animation. Why is it still doing an animation in?
Agree. We don't make assumptions about one another, about race. We don't make assumptions about one another, about race, gender, sexuality, mental or physical ability, or anything else, right? 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 We've all right? Right? Or anything else, right?
I guess what I can do is just do this. Bring this back over. Get rid of this.
Else, right? Right? Anything else, right? Right?
I don't need the whole like double
Right? We value storytelling.
I don't know why this is here.
We value storytelling.
Oh, because of the second one. That's why.
We value storytelling and relationship building, but those things do not take up our whole meeting, right?
Right. Duplicate. Ends before. Bring it down. Okay. We value.
Anything else, right? We value storytelling and relationship building, but those things do not take up our whole meeting. We value
What is going on here? Why is this doubled up and brighter? I get one zooming in, but what's with the second one zooming in? Did I mess something up? Windows 1 and 2.
value.
Oh, wait.
We
This other one
value-
is
we
layering on
value-
top. Why it looks like there's
we
two
value-
corners
we
there.
value
There's just
storytelling.
one. And this one is brighter because the darkening
value
animation hasn't
storytelling
happened
and
yet.
relationship building, but those yeah, anything else, right? Value storytelling.
Weird. I guess if I go deeper into the focus settings and turn off the color correction,
Value storytelling and relationship building, but those things do not. Value storytelling.
and I guess this one here, maybe we do left bottom.
We value storytelling and relationship building, but those things do not.
Okay, so they go to this one. Focus, turn color correction off, but keep the blur on.
Or physical ability or anything else, right? We value storytelling and relationship building, but those things do not take up our whole meeting, right?
This one we grab over. We turn off the thing. We move it down to the last phrase. Let's see how it looks.
And finally, we are serious about getting shit done. We use one whole meeting, right? And finally, we are serious about getting shit done. We use one.
And that one doesn't animate off. And I can have this one animate out.
And finally, we are serious about getting shit done.
And this one here. I turn in.
Yeah. And finally, we are. We're about getting shit done. We use one mic. Done. We use one mic. One person speaks at a time. They're serious about.
Okay, I don't need it to animate out actually.
Getting.
I grab this over. We redo. This.
We use one mic. one mic. The person speaks at a time. There is only one mic here. There's only one mic here, but feel free to chat and talk to each other, but do not speak over one another. We believe tension is tension is good, and leaning into tension is how we grow. We make decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Make decisions and take actions only as a collective.
You know, I wonder. Window 2, bottom center. Or bottom left. What the? Where are all my controls for this? Oh. Yeah, it doesn't change much. Unless I say bottom right. I see. So based on the different animation type, it's where it moves to as necessary, but it doesn't always bring it to the center unless you select center. It's a shame you can't have one go scale focus and the other go center, but it is what it is.
We make decisions and take actions only.
I wish it could be just all the way in the right corner. Specifically. What is this thing? This is the pivot for a different one. Can I grab the pivot off of this? Let's see. I can't. It doesn't actually update. That's the closest thing I get to pushing into the corner.
start bringing into how we grow. We make decisions and take action. This leaning into tension is we grow.
Where's this one coming off of? Right center. I'll just redo this one. The double up is going to lag it the fuck out.
We make decisions and take actions only as a collective.
How does this look?
Makes it
Somewhat lower. And this keeps him in line with his box he currently has.
We make decisions and take actions only as a collective.
I think I like this better, honestly. Right. Off. I guess I can just grab this. Grab this. Grab this. Grab this. I don't know if this is faster or not, honestly. And then bottom left. Did I fuck this up? Let's see.
We won.
I fucked this up so bad. Copy it.
Mike, one person speaks at a time. There is only one mic here, but feel free to chat and talk to each other, but do not speak over one another. We believe tension is good and leads and finally, we are value storytelling and relationship building, but those things do not take up our whole meeting, right? And meeting, right? Yeah.
I like that rule just because you know motherfuckers are going to be going crazy with storytelling.
And then I would ask the audience to verbally agree trainings with some groundings and agreements. We are strong.
He just turned something off. I don't know what it was. We'll find out.
Stronger together than we are. We are stronger together than we are as individuals. In a training, I would usually say, right. And then I would ask the audience to verbally agree. We don't make assumptions about one another, about race, gender, sexuality, mental or physical ability, or anything else, right? Right?
Doesn't like playing them, but I can always just turn them off.
We value storytelling and relationship building, but those things do not take up our whole meeting, right? And finally, we are serious about getting shit done. We use one mic. One person speaks at a time. There is only one mic here, but feel free to chat and talk to each other, but do not speak over one another. We believe tension is good, and leaning into tension is how we grow. We make decisions and take action.
Ooh, buddy. Lagarooney. Am I fucking dropping? A little bit. And that's going on. Oh, yeah, big time. Let's get past it. Huge time when that one's going on for some reason. Even just touching this one, it's cancer. This one's very bad. Yeah. Let it cook. It's mining a Bitcoin right now. It's figuring it out. Oh, did you see the Fujitech thing I did, Kara? Random little blurb. Random little drop in frames for some reason. That's my Google Chrome. So I have my speaking thing when I'm in Discord. Then I have my inactive when I'm in Discord. Then I have my muted when I'm in Discord. And then I have my deafened, which is both muted and whatever. Yeah, I think the little eyes closed one is the cutest one. But maybe the muted one with the eyes crossed going, whoa. Whoa. Yeah. The tool wasn't great at copying over the thing and flipping it, but it worked. I'm having less hope that this is going to come back. That's okay. I should have known better than using effects. Yeah, it's a decent starting point for a simple PNG tuber if I ever want to not be here on camera or the camera breaks or I'm using the camera for something else. Although I probably would want to use both a more up-to-date shot and also what, closing the eyes for the thing? What is this? Yeah, because they just say speaking inactive, so you're just not speaking. Like people might have like their mouth open and their eyes closed when they're speaking. It goes back and forth. So here you can kind of see in the bottom of the screen around here-ish. When I speak, my little thing pops up and it's all lit up. And then it goes dark. My eyes go. Oh, wait, oh. And then I don't have a way to. I mean, I guess I couldn't. I'm muted. Unmuted. And then deafen does both muted and just shut down. I'm resting. Okay, let's relaunch. I mean, I could like remake it and put like earmuffs when I'm muted or when I'm deafened. Or make it more like a big piece of duct tape or something over my mouth instead of the red X. Like duct tape.png. Pinterest. Why does that say cassette tape? Maybe not. But I got this far. What? What the? Oh, I have to save. Weird. There it goes. Yeah, maybe it's not as noticeable. Especially when the thing is all darkened out. I have my name on it. Other people may or may not have their name on it. Non-destructive editing. That's kind of hard to see on my thing with my name as well, though, because it's like, looks like I have a red Hitler mustache. What do you think? Maybe with the name down there, actually, it's better to have the tape. Vector Pia. Never show me Vector Pia. I like the red ones just because red helps show off the effect. Just want it to be. This probably works good enough. This might work too. I would prefer it being in a slight angle. Yellow is my brand color too. I can flip that. Don't forget, it's when the image is down here on the bottom of the screen. Oh, this when it's down at the bottom. Why is this not downloading? Oh, I don't see alphabets in order. I'm a bot. No. Lean PNG. I think it's a bullshit website. Look at that. That's not even things. Okay. There we go. Eyes closed, part 2. I guess it looks a little weird to have like the top brows still. My eye socket still exists, I suppose, but it's not as cute. Yeah, same. Put my eye back there. Anyway, this is where I add in the PNG of my headphones. Yeah, it's not a good angle, right? Almost want that. This kind of works. Wait, why does it have that? Wait, it doesn't actually have a PNG background. That should be criminal. No, it does. Why wouldn't it look that way? Whatever. Are you shaking your leg in there? I can hear it. Hmm. I guess it's fine. I can just add another one. No, I hit learn more. No, I guess it's not going to do it. Wait, oh, wait, what? Rasterize. Oh, it didn't do it. Nice. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, one click down. Get this click down. Probably a little small with a twisted perspective, but yeah. Maybe I can blow it up just a little bit. Just double check this. I see where it's over. Okay. So now we have a little bit of red mixed in with the tape as an optional. So this one can now be red tape, and this one can now be red tape with muffs. So if I refresh my sources, if I'm muted, wait, why didn't it refresh? Oh, I didn't hit save. Bug me. So now I have the red tape on. Now I have both red tape and the things on. But if I'm just not talking, I'm just sleeping. Maybe a better way to test it would be this. And then save, refresh. So you have just the red thing over there. Which of the two mouth coverings do you think is better? Obviously, it'll have the earmuffs on the other one, but you can see the difference between the red and then the tape. Just the red, just the tape. Well, tape and more. I think the words make it tough. Originally, the words are fine because, hey, look at that. I have a little box underneath me, so it doesn't hurt anything. Like just the X. So now I can go over here and do red X, no tape. And earmuffs. X muff. Going back to this, editing it, change this one with the tape to being the X in the muffs. Don't know what that big block is. I forget what that one's supposed to be. Okay. The other idea was have my eyes opposite of crossed. I look like a Tool album. Right, brush. Brushy, brushy, brushy. What the fuck is that? Grab color of this. Go back to brush. That doesn't work. Edit, transform horizontally. It's still not perfect, but I'm sure we can make it work. Okay. Eraser tool. Just erase all the stuff that I don't need in this. Okay. Now brush. Probably should use a smaller brush there. Not that small. I'm not really sure where. Okay, so it's pretty tight. Fix that real quick. Now I'm just making things worse. Okay, grab that again. Go back to this. Just don't fuck up that black section. Did not realize that was a part of it. Oh, wait. It needs to be erased more than anything. Yeah. Got it. Okay. Back to white. Let go of the mouse click so you don't fuck it up like you almost kind of did there. Kind of did there. That's all right. We can trim it up. It's all good. Where's my mouse? Oh, it's like a tiny little dot on the screen. I just literally couldn't see it. Perfect. File. Export as PNG. XMuff. Dumb. The idea was to be cross-eyed, but seeing both earmuffs at the same time, which is hard to do. All right. Back to reactive. So instead of just a cross-eyed version, it's extra silly. Talking. Muted. Deafened. Just muted. Deafened. And it looks like you like just the cross version more. All that effort. That's fine. There's also, it looks like there's an option for play from start, play once, synchronized. So you could have like a GIF or something. So it could be like the head bobbing a little bit left and right. If I'm talking. Or one where I'm like bouncing a little bit or something. I like the way the headphones came out, though. I think it looks right. I think it looks like I'm kind of wearing them. Even though it kind of goes into the hair, it's like, yeah, it just kind of looks right. Silly things. Silly things. Okay. Oh, you're right. This thing crashed. And I lost my train of thought.
As a collective. Only as a collective. And we believe that everything works. Worth doing is worth evaluating. Stick around to the end to give real feedback on the meeting. I will be asking you guys for feedback on the meeting. I will on the meeting. I will be asking you guys for feedback towards the end of this. I will be asking you guys for feedback. Towards the end of this. So typically,
see, like, why did this not, when I did the ripple delete, why didn't this come over? It's supposed to.
So typically in a community meeting like this, we also do like a relational.
Why is it so much louder?
Question.
That didn't get reset.
So typically in a community meeting like this, we also do like a relational question. For this specific training, the relational question was, what is is something that the government slash the state does to make you feel less safe. And then a secondary question, if you wanted, is what's at stake for you in building community defense teams in your neighborhood? What is at stake for you? I think this is really important to kind of like ground and have a relational. What is at stake for you? I think this is really important to kind of like ground and have a relational. Typically in a community meeting like this, I would say talk to somebody you don't know around you and answer these questions for each other. And then we'd come back and we would talk about what was going on. I would say talk to somebody you don't know around you and answer these questions for each other. And then we'd come back and we would talk about somebody you don't know around you. And then we'd come back, talk about don't know around you. And then we'd come back and we would talk about what was going on. I would be down to read a few if people want to answer this in the chat. The government restricts my access to life-saving healthcare. Yeah, that would definitely make you feel less safe. That ain't right, Acid. Pretty much any cops patrolling public parks. Another person said patrolling public parks. I would be down to read a few if people want to answer this in the chat. The government restricts my access to life-saving healthcare. Yeah, that would definitely make you feel less safe. That ain't right. Right, Acid. Pretty much any cops patrolling. Pretty much any cops patrolling public parks. Another person said patrolling public parks. And gathering areas always makes me feel less safe. Yeah. The knowledge that every action of the state always makes me feel less safe. Yeah. The knowledge that every action of the state has its base motivation in protection of capital and not people. That makes me feel less safe. I feel that. Yeah, I feel that. I mean, listen, like something directly that the government does to make me feel less safe is surveillance of protesters, the kidnapping of my neighbors, sending, militaries into our cities. This shit makes me feel less safe. By what's at stake, are we talking about the risk? By what's at stake, are we talking about the risks of being involved in this activism? That's a it's the way. By what stake are we talking about the risks of being involved in this activism? Guys in this ball.
Sorry, retime controls. That's not what I wanted. Change clip speed's what I wanted. And say freeze frame. Now this is a frozen frame of this entire thing. So now I have a much cleaner chat to pull from instead of a moving one. Of course, I need to crop the bottom of this still. Oh God.
This sake, are we talking about the?
Let me just turn on the crop tool so I can actually see it. Yeah, there we go. And then might as well just, oops. Grab that over too. These are all chat responses. So I want to
The government restricts my access to life-saving health.
do the same thing for all of these. Change clip speed, freeze frame, delete, resize. Grab both of these, put both of these up here. Retime, up, speed, freeze. Speed, freeze, sweet.
The government restricts my access to.
And then I grab the crop from this one and paste it to this one, this one, this one.
The government restricts my access to life-saving health.
Then from here, go back to the fusion overlay and make this look a lot nicer.
What's the stake? Are we talking about the risks of being involved in this activism? That's a good question. That's a good question. The question is actually about.
Mix it up.
That's a good question. The question is actually. Good question. The question is actually about how is this in your self-interest in building community defense teams in your neighborhood? For me, I understand. Involved in this activism? That's a good question. The question is actually about how is this in your self-interest in building community defense teams in your neighborhood? For me, I understand that the fascist state will not stop at immigrants. I have some very close people in my life that I've known for over a decade. Actually about how is this in your self-interest in building community defense teams in your neighborhood? For me,
the for me part is really good because it gives a good example of what he's talking about, but it just takes so long and I'm trying to save 10 minutes.
I have some very close people in my life.
Let's see.
For me, I understand that the fascist state will not stop at immigrants. I have some very close people in my life that I've known for over a decade who are undocumented, and I would die for them. And I also know that building this community defense doesn't just protect undocumented people. Building a pattern and a community policing, a legitimate community-driven, community-organized defense structure protects all of us. And now we can move on. Thank you for
Yeah, just the back half.
For
of
me, I understand that the fascist state will not stop at immigrants. I have some very close people in my life that I've known for over a decade who are undocumented, and I would die for them. And I also know that building this community defense doesn't just protect undocumented people. Building a pattern and a community policing, a legitimate community-driven, community-organized defense structure in your neighborhood. For me, and I also know that building this community defense doesn't just For me, building this community defense doesn't just protect undocumented people. Building a pattern and a community policing, a legitimate community-driven, community-organized defense structure protect undocumented people. Building a pattern and a community policing, a legitimate just protect undocumented teams in your neighborhood. For me, building this community defense doesn't just protect undocumented people. Building a legitimate community-driven, community-organized defense structure protects all of us. Now we can move on. Thank you for participating, everybody. For me, building this community defense doesn't just protect undocumented people. Building a legitimate community-driven, community-organized defense structure protects all of us. Now we can move on.
I just put the first
Community
part.
defense doesn't just protect undocumented people. Now we can move on. Undocumented people. Defense structure protects all of us. Documented people. Building a pattern and a community policing, a legitimate community-driven, community-organized defense structure. For me,
that's good
building this community defense doesn't just protect undocumented people. Building a pattern and a community policing, a legitimate community-driven, documented people. Building a pattern and a community policing, a legit undocumented people. Building a legitimate community-driven, community-organized defense structure protects all of us. Now we can move on. Thank you for participating, everybody. Okay, so we're going to start with just like a general breakdown of what is actually happening in Kansas City. So if you went to one of these in your town, hopefully they would give a breakdown of what is happening in your town. But this is like for my local town. All of these are going to be a little bit localized. Some of it's going to localize my local happening in your town, but this is like for my local town. All of these are going to be a little bit localized. Some of it's going to apply universally. Some of it will be localized here. So, and you might be asking, how do we a little bit localized? Some of it's going to apply universally. Some of it will be localized here. Is actually happening in Kansas City. So if you went to one of these in your town, hopefully they would give a breakdown of what is happening in your town, but this is like for my local town. I'll start with just like a general breakdown of what is actually happening in Kansas City. So actually happening in Kansas City. So if you went to one of these in your town, hopefully they would give a breakdown of what is happening in your town, but this is like for my local town.
I think
Kansas City. All of these are going to be a little bit localized. Some of it's going to apply universally. Some of it will be localized here. So, and you might be asking, how do we know all this? Can move on. Thank you for participating, everybody. Okay, so we're going to start with just like a general breakdown of what is actually happening in Kansas City. All of these are going to be a little bit localized. Some of it's going to apply universally. Some of it will be localized here. So, and you might be asking, how do we know all this? Doing
so doesn't need to be there.
Here. And you might be asking, how do we know all this? Doing rapid response allows us to document, to observe, and to notice patterns in ICE's behavior. This stuff is not happening out of sight. It's actually
I heard an
out of sight, it's actually being very, very closely monitored. And that's kind of the goal here, right? Just some background on DHS.
Didn't get to actually really cover that section that well because A, it's hyper localized. I don't know how important it is, and B, it just eats up time. I think it's more about the training of the thing and then showing the stats, whatever. I think it gets the point across. Again, trying to get the back side of this at least to the first red, and the lower the better, but probably this middle one is my goal, and we're still 8 minutes away from that. So wait, is this actually at? Okay, this should be at 1:30. Whatever. I'm not sure why these. I guess some of these are moving because I'm in entry deleting, whatever. But you get the idea. Where did I leave off? Fuck me. Way back here. Okay.
And that's kind of the goal here, right? Just some background on DHS. The DHS is not under the judicial system. While there's a lot of conversation happening around due process, and of course that's something that should always be defended, it's also worth saying that immigrants have never had a right to an attorney. Immigrants are not afforded a lot of the same rights that you would assume a court proceeding would afford because they're not under the judicial branch, they're under the executive branch. Yeah, even children. 12, 6-year-olds, 5-year-olds go into immigration court proceedings without representation. And of course, that's something that should always be defended. It's also worth saying that immigrants not the goal here, right? Just some background on DHS. The DHS is not under the judicial system. While there's a lot of conversation happening around due process, and of course that's something that should always be defended, it's also worth saying that immigrants have never had a right to an attorney. Immigrants are not afforded a lot of the same rights that you would assume a court proceeding would afford because they're not under the judicial branch, they're under the executive branch. Yeah, even children. 12, 6-year-olds, 5-year-olds go into immigration court proceedings without representation every day in this country. Under the Department of Homeland Security, which, make no mistake, the entire Department of Homeland Security is united and active in executing Donald Trump's mass deportation policy right now. So any of these and all of these can and are being used to facilitate the mass deportation campaign. So you'll just some background on DHS. The DHS is not under the judicial system. While there's a lot of conversation happening around due process, and of course that's something that should always be defended, it's also worth saying that immigrants have never had a right to an attorney. Immigrants are not afforded a lot of the same rights that you would assume a court proceeding would afford because they're not under the judicial branch, they're under the executive branch. Yeah, even children. Under the Department of Homeland Security, which, make no mistake, the entire Department of Homeland Security is united. Yeah, even children. Under the Department of Homeland Security, which, make no mistake, just some background on DHS. The DHS is not under the judicial system. While there's a lot of conversation happening around due process, and of course that's something that should always be defended, it's also worth saying that immigrants have never had a right to an attorney. Immigrants are not afforded a lot of the same rights that you would assume a court proceeding would afford because they're not under the judicial branch, they're
Okay, real quick, let's find a thing. Yeah. Well, these looks pretty good. Right, the legal system's like what I want. Access to legal representation, access to legal counsel is an essential part of our justice system and our democracy. In the criminal justice system, anyone facing even one day in jail gets a lawyer if they can't afford one, but immigrants facing deportation usually don't get that chance. The research is clear. The most effective way to ensure some level of due process for people navigating our complicated immigration system to have a trained attorney. But Trump administration is now working to strip attorneys as many people as possible, all in the name of increasing numbers. Due process guarantees individuals the opportunity. I think this may have been overturned actually, but unqualified military lawyers to serve as judges. Great. In immigration cases. I guess I'll just snip this part here. Ignore that. So I save this into the folder that I want to have all that bullshit. Not DSA convention, but rapid response. I'll save this as lawyer right. Okay. So now in here, inside of my media pool, inside of my proper folder, I drop this in. So that way it doesn't end up in the master. It only ends up in the folder I want it to be in. That's the whip highlight. You can go somewhere else. So we bring this in. And then in one of these other folders, the American Immigration Council, ICE, American Immigration Council, copy that, go back to my folder, go back to rapid response and paste it in there, and then paste it in here. Okay. Obviously this comes down. Can probably put both of these in one combined timeline. And that helps me do a couple of things. Compound clip, do process. And that's also inside of this, which is nice. Oh, full waveform is nice. I don't know what the border is in the waveform. I wish I could zoom to the playhead when I zoom. Because sometimes when I zoom, I want to zoom, or sorry, zoom to the mouse location, not the playhead location. But that's a nitpick that I used. I could do that with, because there would be like a little line here, which is different than the playhead. But that's just a Premiere thing. Okay, so now if I open this timeline, I can then edit both of these, however long I need them to be, and then size them together, and then they act as one piece. So this looks like a decent size of them together. Then when I go back to my actual timeline, this merge clip, I can then add a effect, one of my favorites, whip animate. And this is not the generator, but the actual thing. And then here I can just say size and position. They'll animate in with 1 second start and 1 second stop.
It's also worth saying that immigrants have never had a right to an attorney. Immigrants are not afforded a lot of the same rights that you would assume a court proceeding would afford, because
then while this is here, I can also do marker. But I can also do the marker inside of it here if stacking it is too annoying. So in here, I can go whip marker, and then I go back to my Fusion overlay, which I have. Declare them to be a legal alien and blah, blah, blah without seeing a judge. Just put all this as one line. And I think I have to change it to animation length can be like 2 seconds. It's fine. And give it at least a 1 second bring in. So if I go back to my normal timeline here.
due process, and of course that's something that should always be defended. It's also worth saying that immigrants have never had a right to an attorney. Immigrants are not afforded a lot of the same rights that you would assume a court proceeding.
I don't need the highlight to disappear though. So back to this. Don't come out. We can even make this a little bit longer. What if it was on a dark background? Oh, that's really hard to read.
Worth saying that immigrants have never had a
Interesting. I guess I could do something a little different and just make it more of like an underline scenario.
It's also worth saying that immigrants have never had a right to an attorney. Immigrants are not afforded a lot of the same rights that you would assume a court proceeding would afford because they're not under the judicial branch.
Okay.
Due process, and of course that's something that should always be defended. It's also worth saying that immigrants have never had a right to an attorney.
And then this thing here, position, resting center. I'll just have it. Go there. And give it a dynamic zoom. Swap.
It's also worth saying that immigrants have never had a right to an attorney. Immigrants are not afforded a lot of the same rights that you would assume a court proceeding would afford because they're not.
And then also we want to darken and blur this. So then that's where we put an adjustment clip. I mean, I could do it on the one that's already here, I suppose, but we got so many little cuts here. Okay, there and here. All right. So then this.
It's also worth saying.
So once this comes up about here is where I want it to start. Whippler.
It's also worth saying that immigrants have never had a right to an attorney. Immigrants are not afforded a lot of the same rights that you would assume a court proceeding would afford because they're not under the judicial branch, they're under the executive branch. Yeah, even children. Under the Department of Homeland Security, which, make no mistake, the entire Department of Homeland Security is united and active in executing Donald Trump's mass deportation policy right now. So any of these and all of these can and are being used to facilitate the mass deportation campaign. So any of these branch. Yeah, even children. Under the Department of Homeland Security, which, make no mistake, Homeland Security under the executive branch. Yeah, even children. Under the Department of Homeland Security, any of these and all of these can and are being used to facilitate the mass deportation campaign. So you'll see ICE, obviously, everybody knows.
We're here. We're ready. I didn't really need to do that, but I guess that's fine. Okay. Turn this back on. I would like to do ICE. Correct piece of it. ICE. I'm here, you son of a bitch.
ICE. Less people know ERO. You might see ERO on vests if you do this work long enough. ICE stands for Immigration and Customs Enforcement. ERO stands for Enforcement and Removal. HSI, Homeland Security. HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, they are also doing immigration enforcement right now. But typically, HSI is actually more anti-terrorism.
Also, in this one, I want to have it come in for 1 second, just like the other one did. And I wonder if I should do that earlier over here as well.
Talk about what's going on. I would be down to read a few if people want to answer this in the chat. The government restricts my access. The government to life health care. Thank you less affected. I'm scared of access to life health care. That's a good question. The question is actually, we are strong. What is something that the government / the
Interesting. Oh, I'm fucking my computer by showing the preview. I'll leave it off. It's fine. I'll look at it all later when I'm doing it for realsies.
HSI home.
Well, I'm fucking it a lot, even going over the burgeoning ones. I fill up something really bad. Maybe I should just end the stream. I mean, not a lot of chats happening, and it's just making it more difficult. Makes sense to me. I'm still in Discord. See y'all tomorrow. Hope it was a pretty chill vibe today. And I got a late start. I should never start later than 3 a.m. Oh, I just need to work out, you know? Like my shoulder and my back just hurt so fucking much. And I keep falling back asleep, and I'm not taking my second dose of meds, all the normal stuff. We've been here before. I've changed nothing, and yet nothing seems to improve. How could this be? Anyway, let's make sure those things improve. This thing should be at least draft 1 finished tonight. How did I lose so many frames? I moved my mouse over DaVinci Resolve, and I just dumpster. Again, another reason to just chill out. Average time to render frame is 200 milliseconds. And now, much better, back to normal. Just like that. Nothing, literally nothing changed, in my opinion. I don't know. I guess my mouse is hovering. Anyway, draft 1 of this will be done. And then I'm pretty open and free. I'll probably have to do at least 1 revision, probably. And then dentist on Thursday. A little later than I thought at first. And I want to, slowly get... On this weekend is the event where I will be recording some phone footage for a social media editing class for the communications committee. So that way more people who are interested in doing little mini social videos, people who are in other working groups can then kind of be their social media contact. So that way it makes the job of our one social media person for DSA a lot easier. All that stuff. Anyway. Peace out. See you tomorrow. Click.